Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm pool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionary. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who's fishing? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down, hands down, hands down, hands down.
We stay on deck, we stay on line. Magi archers in the building. Arrows up, I see y'all. What's up, man himself? We gonna go on and let the people roll in. What's up with Sadiq? Yeah, we just chilling.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Black people, what up? It ain't no twist, it ain't no spin on when I say black people, what up? Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. I ain't got to explain shit. Right? We ain't over here explaining, we teaching. We ain't disproving, we proving. How y'all doing? I ain't gonna roll into it so fast though. We're gonna have some fun today. Get our lessons up. I need to make some more slap. But we're gonna listen to that classic.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff this big pops and projectiles between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, quoting nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, in black top pottery jars, 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, busting shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more, cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible gains. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, a manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardized scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance, inclines convention, stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout, I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out.
The God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer, it's the God killer, the God killer,
That's who it is.
the God killer, the God killer, it's the God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer, it's the God killer, the God killer. God killer, God killer, God killer. Alright, just hella funny. We're gonna get into the teaching and the knowledge, right? But this joint just popped in my head. This when I first got on YouTube. This is about the time T.I. got arrested with them guns, and I was doing this video making fun of the state that rap was in, the state that hip-hop was in. Because cats was running around with guns and doing all kind of stuff. Hip-hop was on that other shit, right? So I didn't even have no video prowess after this. This 15 years ago, look on the YouTube. So this is one of my first YouTube videos, and the other one is me writing Metal Nature 15 years ago. So I'm going to show both of them. But this is hella funny. Because I was just, right, I just was at the house. I ain't even probably going to even play the whole thing. It just popped up in my head. Like, we've been on YouTube doing this for a while, but this is just the rap. I was wanting to play some more music. So let's let the people roll in and let's enjoy this. Oh, this was like one of my first YouTube videos. I filmed it with one of those cameras called a flip camera. But it probably, I don't know, I'll probably play something else. Let me play something else because I want to keep the video on the conscious music. Let's play my first Metal Nature. That'll be better. But that's hella funny though. Let me see. View your channel. Yeah, I do want to play some more music though, so I'm gonna play that Do-A-Rah. But what about Metal Nature? MDUNTR. This is December 2009. So let's go take it back and let's just chill for a minute.
Your next project? Finding the
It's
right part for you.
2024.
See if
This
you're
say 14 years
three
ago.
simple steps.
And this, I was so, y'all can see how amateur I was. But this, we still monster mashing. Look at this.
Rena Ankh Keperu, Erta Ankh Keperu. Amenhotep Mach Ranep Hakakim. I want to talk about some of this Metal Nature. We said Hotep. What did we just say? How we see it written on the wall like that? We said Hotep. Then I said Rena. That's Hotep right there, but you got to put the T and the P. The T is this half circle thing, and the P is a square. So that's Hotep. Then I said Ren. Ren is a name, and the suffix I would depend my name. So if I wanted to say Rena, I would put an R, which would look like R, N, and then I would put a man to let you know that that means me, my name.
My glyphs was Boosie. But J Mill was messing me up in the glyphs back then. When we used to be writing the glyphs, yeah, I used to be like, that's who the only person I could find in the Bay who was messing with it like me. You feel me? But the cold part, we knew each other before the glyphs, but that was just like, oh, you mess this? I mess with this too. All right. Man, I need some more slap. I'm going to bring out some more music. Let me see. So the funny part is, first of all, if you tap in, say something in the chat. What's up, man himself? What's up, the Sherb? I see Sadiq. I see Gaddafi. What's up with the people? What's up, Yerk? No diplomacy. That good guy. Shout out to y'all. Yeah, it's definitely time to listen to some more slap to let some people roll in before we get to cooking. So if you find this video later, then you might want to skip forward because I like to do it how the vibes. I rock with the vibes. So we just gonna play one more tune real quick and chill.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but his homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amira squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me. A doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all claim woke. But you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's to Harker Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
That's slapping right there after about 5 years.
You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed.
Shout out to Dame on the track.
Information I don't think
science.
I need. Probably lying on the text. Ask to find a Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'm a work cause I ain't going out lazy.
Ain't going out lazy, bro. I could have listened to the rest of that. But why? We just chilling. So, it's hella funny because lately, in all of February, any broadcast that's been coming on in this small little conscious community, right, it's been focusing on what Serge Sonoran said at the UNESCO conference, 1974. And no matter how much spin people try to put on it, I mean, you ain't got to really trip. Because the wise people see what they see. The people who got agendas see what they see. They going to do what they going to do. And some who are left in the balance are those who just trying to see what's going on and trying to figure out who right. So for those people in the balance, you know, all they could go off is, well, they could go off a lot of things. But would be useful for one who is in the balance, like, you know, you don't really know what, you just trying to see what's right. You have to look at the source material that you can vet. All right? You can't vet opinions. You really can't even vet. Let me see. Hold on. Real quick. You can't vet people's opinions, but hold on, though. See if I can get my. There we go. Can't vet opinions. You can't vet critiques. All you can really vet is information brought to you by scholars, right? You can go see if that is qualified. You can see if that scholar is qualified. You also can look and see if the claim or the information is qualified. So the funny part about the Serge Sonoran thing is that's just the icing on the cake. That's just like the icing on the cake. We done gave them years of information regarding this tune. Hold on one second. Yeah. So, you know, all the way back to this slide number 1. And for Meet the Blacks, this ancient Egyptian family we about to look at, shout out to Kamji Verse just for putting up a question last night asking, where can you find Pepi Ankh and Neonk Pepi Kim the Black? So as we go back down to element step 1, you can't find any Egyptological book that'll tell you that a definition for I6, this Kim glyph we looking at, that it ain't black. It definitely means black at every Egyptological source. There are also other meanings for the I6 glyph. And this is why we start to learn determinatives. So we can know what category the term is in. But as it becomes more advanced and as we begin reading, we have to understand things like the determinative might not always be there. So here we have a primary attestation, a bas-relief at the mortuary temple of Ramses III. And I should have used J. Mill photos. Right? Where we see Kim used to indicate that the cow on the bottom is black. They didn't refute that. Ain't nothing to refute about that. Here you have a slide that proves you don't need a determinative following the I-6 glyph to state black, to say black. You just could write the glyph. All right, I can get off the camera now. Right? Now, I just was listing. We was just making this slide today, yesterday, having some fun. And when the question is asked, does Kemet mean the black land because of the people or the soil? Those who argue that it means black silt have no primary source. I repeat. Let me give you an equation of this. I'm gonna make an equation so you can understand this. Let's say they said the Levant is called the Levant because it was the Fertile Crescent. I'm simply making up that equation so you can understand what's going on. We understand in archaeology, in geology, and whatever we have about this Fertile Crescent. But there was no ancient Egyptian or ancient Levantine equation or even terms. And I'm going to go in. The Fertile Crescent is a term made up by James Henry Breasted. Even the concept of the Fertile Crescent would not be found in antiquity. Now, that is not to say that, of course, people did not go around rivers. You could find that around any river. But these concepts that we hold dear to our understanding of ancient civilizations, some of them were just made up by Egyptologists. So I use the Fertile Crescent, which is in the same category, because the Fertile Crescent got black silt. Now here's the thing. We understand that there was a floodplain and there's the substrate that would allow the carving out of a floodplain that would create the areas known that would flood out in Egypt. There was a softer substrate. We're dealing with a limestone and a sandstone substrate. The softer being in Egypt, and the softer of the two, I need to look up because I don't want to mess up and tell you it's sandstone when it was limestone. But it would be a sandstone substrate in Egypt, what my memory telling me, because they would go to Nubia to get the limestone, correct or incorrect? That's a chance to be interactive in the chat. So since this geological phenomenon occurred when the Nile got real strong, it broke through areas of Egypt and carved out a floodplain, which would be great for agriculture. So let's talk about this. Because a few things to understand about the floodplain is the floodplain went beyond, the ancient Egyptian floodplain went beyond the areas of black alluvial soil. The floodplain went beyond all the areas. As a matter of fact, Reggie showed a very good slide which showed that there was all kind of black alluvial silt, because the ultimate flood would happen in the floodplains of the areas that we know of Egypt as today. But that's just not to say there weren't small runovers in other areas as the Nile flowed downstream. You feel me? And so he showed a map of a survey that showed the alluvial soil deposits coming all the way from Kerma. So knowing that now, I want you to just be, in all layman's terms, as simple as you could find it. The biggest skeptics on YouTube went and got an Egyptologist and they asked her for a source on the black silk, and she ain't have one. So that's over. Thank you, fam, and thanks for supporting the book. I'm glad you liked it. Hopefully, it's a collection of places. My books, you ain't even got to read them front to back. You could grab the chapter you want to grab and get it in. But I'm glad you appreciated it. All right. Here we see the red crown of Upper Egypt referenced as Kim. No one argued against this because they know it. Now, I had a good conversation with my brother the other day, and what I pointed out to my brother is that, and I want all of you to notice this, right here I'm showing you two dictionary entries. The Wörterbuch and LGG is, I think that's Lesko, but Wörterbuch and maybe Lesko, right? And what you see here is the red crown of Lower Egypt, right? And when you look at this, it's called Kim. My argument is substantiated by this finding that the semantic range of Kim would go as far as to include what you consider today red. But let's be clear. It has to be the darker version. But let's just not, I don't want to even forget my let's be clear. And let me illustrate this. First of all, Kim, when in comparison, is the darker of the two, no matter what you're doing. All right? There is a preposition to let us know the ensuing noun or what have you, adjective, is being used in comparison. It's called the R of comparison. There is a R, a ancient Egyptian R, that just means two in the sense of distance and or direction. And it also could mean comparison. Two. Kind of like we do with the word two, right? I don't know if we use two to compare things, but anyway. What I pointed out to my brother and what I would like all of you to note right now, and I don't recall anyone else pointing this out, I'm going to ask a simple question. What color is a flamingo? See? Your brain working, 30,000 neurons just fired off, and you're already coming to conclusions. Let me show you something. This is how you just gotta just show people stuff. Golly. I don't even need no interruptions and no talking, because all y'all do is mess it up with that simple little trying to mess it up. Now, somebody said multiple But we have to be clear here because the category that we have for flamingos here is red, right? So Mr. Metro said red and white. And I mean pink, red, white, and black. Someone pull up a image of a red flamingo. See? Maybe I'm wrong, and I know I live in the United States, and I know how they breed animals, and they breed animals to look a certain way. But I'm thinking about the category of a flamingo that would qualify as red, and I don't see a red Camaro or a red sports car. I see pink. But am I incorrect? Are y'all telling me, nah, you wrong? Flamingos are blood red like the red crown of Egypt that they called Kim. Well, I'm going to continue with the analogy that if the determinative for this color red we have is a flamingo, it could be argued that the red color is on the softer side of redness. Could that not be argued at least? There's another argument to be had here. That red is also, jasher means blood. So then we would see the semantic range of jasher also probably includes what we call pink. Since they didn't have no word for pink, it's not hard to go there. So then we understand that these terms have a semantic range, and when we find darker red called Kim, we should understand that that is a term of comparison, right? Understand that, please, because it's gonna, when you meet the blacks, it's gonna be something to know. That we call the red crown Kim in instances when it's being compared to something lighter. In that instance, the white crown. It can't just be called Kim. All right. I just came to that to show that, but let me go back to the other presentation. Because they just trying to be stuck on what Sonoran said in the book when that ain't nothing but the icing on the cake. That's the icing on the cake. Like when we showed this slide that shows indeed the anim or awin term can mean skin of a man, hide of an animal, or skin color. When it is awin, it could just mean color or character or representation. We first start to learn how all of these things were tied into one by the ancient Egyptian. What do you mean? Well, the hide of an animal, that's a skin. We call that a skin too. But the skin of a man is a skin. And we have skin color. You see that? And you see the source? So that when we see this term here, the top one, yanim or anim, we know they're referring to one of the three things. Skin of a man, hide of an animal, or skin color. Like, you don't have to be in the second grade to understand that. You should understand that in the first grade. When you see these, if I was teaching my kid and I'm saying, look, when we see these right here, it's going to refer to skin of a man, child of an animal, or skin color. And we went to this, and I said, what does this refer to? And they didn't say skin of a man, hide of an animal, or skin color, they be in trouble. Because it's so simple. You see it? And I'm going to make sure they see it because I'm not going to be unfair. It has a reed leaf in front, a fish, an N. We see a knife, which is giving us the nim. And we see a phonetic complement to the nim, the M. And the hair determinative, which lets us know to focus on color, and when it's a determinative, here it's part of a word. I mean, it's a determinative for the word anim, which renders these options. So then if we went to the next slide, and it even might be tricky for some because it's inverted. And it says whore, 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 but they say whore 3 times, right? Whore, whore, you see the whoru? So that's the plural whore. Whore, her, I say her, just to make it sound better. Anim, see the hair determinative? Him, in the adjectival position. Black skin. Whose black skin is this? It's Pepe the second. I just got the text of Pepe the first. Let me change that right now. A lot of these texts are copied over in the pyramids, and so it is what it is. All right. So he is deceased, and someone gonna say, oh, well, you turn black when you are deceased. But I told them that is a natural process that is prevented by mummification. But that's not I'm showing you the hundreds of attestations we done showed you, and Cat's trying to focus on the icing on the cake. Right? Look. They seen all of this. And so y'all gonna get a greater understanding of why this family we discussing, the blacks, why they call themselves such. I didn't say that. I wouldn't even say they called themselves the blacks. I just gotta go with the scholarship. Go with the scholars as I read the language, so I get my own understanding. When you go to experts, they tell you you should be doing what I'm doing. Now that's crazy. You should kind of like be like bruh, if you really want to know. Ain't that what the expert said? You should read the Meta-Netter. You should get in the TLA. That's like you going to a hoop coach and they like, no, use your left, man. Go over. And then you go to Jordan and he be like, use your left, go over. And then your coach gonna look at you from the side like, what do we have here? An outlaw and his beard? Nope. We got Kimmy. I mean, that Beastie Boys just popped up in my head. But we got Kimmy right here. The black one. Why do scholars translate this as the black one? And I'm going to show you something that's hella funny. We'll look at this later. Why do scholars translate this as the black one? Because they took the adjective black and changed it into a noun by adding the two reed leaves here. All right? And they want us to focus on the color, remember? The determinative category for this here. So scholars conclude that this means the black one. Nobody refuted this. They tried to say, oh, well, Osiris is black because of the fertile Nile soil. Remember? Death and regeneration. So what did I do? I wrote a book on that. Because the research that I'm doing got to be worth something, first of all. That's first foremost for everything. If you're a father, you just ain't about to be wasting time unless you puzzled out here. So I know how to do that. I know how to get that in that right process and do that right. Take your research you've been doing for the last 3 years, package it up, and what it's worth to anybody, let them get it in a tangible form. What happened to this slide? Did they say Kimmy not the black one? See? They didn't say he wasn't the black one. They just had to bow down and say he black because of the fertile Nile soil. Please, that's the worst thing in the world. Osiris is black because the fertile Nile soil is kind of like crazy. So they couldn't try that one. Remember then, Asar Imhotep tried saying it's because he dead. I beat the brakes off that. You black because you dead? So I suppose this person over here who's in the duat in the afterlife is alive. The stuff they try to tell y'all to falsify the black reality of ancient Egypt is crazy if you slow down and think about it. He black because he dead. He the only one who died? Everybody else alive. Right? Everybody understand this breakdown. Thanks to watching the show and all the others who've contributed to our understanding of this one ancient Egyptian term. Black. They black because they hidden. So then we went to the persons and names of the Middle Kingdom. What we had to do is go into the German work. Y'all. Shout out to the honest scholar, Herman Rank, that y'all had never heard of. I learned a lot from watching y'all shows. I learned a lot every day from dialoguing with my brothers. I can tell you what I learned from you so humbly and quick. So if you try to act like something you ain't learned it from me, I'm going to kind of like be smash and not casual. I can't help it. Like, stop fronting. I ain't never heard nobody say nothing about no damn Bitterman. You could do the whole text corpus of us talking. Nobody knew it was Osiris who made men black. No one knew the substance of Osiris was actually Bitterman. And this is why we rub it on people. This is the substance of Osiris. This is the theological meaning to Bitterman that they were searching for in the article. There must be some theological reason behind the Bitterman. We answered the question with primary text. We could go into that today. The embalming ritual, which shows that Bitterman was the substance of Osiris. And it was Osiris who put his substance on men. Now we know why men and Osiris appear black. But they don't dive into them texts to do that. And check this out. You ain't never learned to focus on no detractors and no haters. That's why I'm in the front position, pole position. I do a show, then they react. That's how you make me pole position. You need some haters to make you in front. I don't know what I said that was pause, but if it was a pause that should have been in there, put it in there for me. Oh, pause again, yeah. You feel me? But Herman Rank, I don't be doing that shit though. I'm like, man, that shit don't even be on my mind. We're gonna keep this popping. Herman Rank wrote this work in German. So, okay, shout out to Logic. And I like what you add right there. He said, they black because they divine. Don't leave out the details. That's not fair to the people. So actually, good brother, everybody ain't black because they divine. And so for the details, I literally wrote a book with the details. It ain't the longest book. It ain't long as my first book. But it's easy reading. You can go over the argument in maybe 5 hours straight. Read the whole book. So the details about them being black because they're divine, that's not necessarily true either. My argument says they are black. I'm talking about these deities. One element of them being black in the triple entendre of blackness, one element of them being black means they are the divine monarch in the afterlife. Just difference. Henny the divine is retarded. That makes no sense. That would be saying his brother was the opposite of him. No scholar translates it that way, and you should please stop messing that up because you'll never be able to source that. So when we went into Herman Rank's work, we found plenty of people who hinged on this root term for blackness to appropriate a physical quality of theirs. Okay? And Rank went on to say that this was the dark one. All right? Rank went on to say that this was the dark one. Notice here, demonstrative pronoun, right? Plus an attribute or a physical quality. So Ta Kimi. This was a feminine name. Takemi. All right? They didn't have nothing to say to this. They said they're going to wait for the experts. Then they don't show the experts this because it ain't no way around it. You see, everything you see on the screen is taken from PNM, the website that digitized Herman Rank's work. So I'm not telling y'all, I'm not doing no interpolation. This is not a wild Afrocentrist interpretation. This is actually a German interpretation from a time period that was much more harsh. So he's going to venture to say that she called herself the dark one when black is the root to her name, even though darkness is not outside of the semantic range of Ta Kimi. We found Kim in all these different attestations over here of different ways it was written and multiple different findings of it written in those ways. Nah, somebody tried that silly argument, Babylon Don. Don't try it now. Don't try saying that black is a verb in the noun Kemet. That sounds stupid. You don't even listen to what you're saying. Show me the action that black performs as a verb. God. I don't care. That's skeptics maintain immortal truth. Just watch a video on skepticism. If you just a skeptic, you just gotta maintain your contention. That's the act. That's the YouTube act. I'm not into that. Like, trust me, that can keep following, bruh. I'm totally not into that. I ain't even tripping. I'm talking to Egyptologists for real. Not like no little layman ass. You tell me stuff about Egypt. Stuttling and fumbling and bumbling and shit. So with when it comes to the deterrent shit, sounded stupid. But anyway, what about Kemet? What about Kemet? Because when they talk about Serge Sonoran, and they want y'all to do whole shows over the word wood. That should be hella funny. Ain't nobody ended on that. That's just the final icing on the cake. What about these people who called themselves Kemet? Sonoran told y'all to say black people, they would have said Kemet. And this other scholar told you that these people said this name was a physical quality and it meant the dark one. So I didn't even mean to do this whole reiteration, and I could just skip through the slides. Now, this is where I was going, and this is where we're going today. Because y'all need to see it. But look, here go all these other people pulled out of the actual not digitized work by Herman Ray. Everywhere you see yellow, there's attestations of people who call themselves der Schwarzer, the black. People want to argue what that means. The scholars don't argue it. They just write the Schwarzer, the black. So this is what I want to show you guys. Meet the blacks. Shout out to you, Simsu. Now, apparently enough, Herman Rank was not enough for them. So we're going to go into, and shout out to Jay Mill for letting me know we got an updated work on this. We're going to go into Albert Blackman's The Rock Tombs of Mier. But we're not just going to look at my slide. Let's go in and see the attestations. But on my slide, you can meet the blacks. Okay? What does this say at the top? Members of Ni Ankh Pepi, the Blacks family. Now, black is an English word. So is divine. Therefore, if they thought black meant divine, they could have written Ni Ankh Pepi, the divine's family. Do y'all see this? Why they stuck on Sonoran? Why don't they go deal with Albert Blackman? Members of Ni Ankh Pepi, the Blacks family, found in the rock tombs of Mier. Now notice this. Any logic that black means divine falls apart when you scrutinize the names of the members of his family. This is his wife, Pekar Nefret. And I don't even see it I don't even see all that. I see the Nefret and the but I don't know this to be Peck, but whatever. Pekar Nefret. This is his wife. Would she not be divine? How you gonna call your seed divine, but not your wife? Well, that's a good question, Muntu. It's definitely not divinity, and I'm trying to illustrate that now. All right? So if you're arguing, if one is arguing that this means divinity, then one would have to argue, hey, Babylon Don, don't say nothing like I'm seeing crazy and I'm looking crazy. Substantiate how black is a verb in the name Kemet. You see? That's all you got to do. If you can't do that, don't get in your feelings and put no silly comments. Cats are sitting here telling y'all black is a verb. I had a grammarian try a better rendition of what you're doing, and they knew that that verb tense is actually a different term. And the cognate for it in Coptic is homom, which lets us know the second M in the verb state is pronounced. That means becoming black. It's not the same term. Come on, bro. You should know when it's time to learn and time to teach. If you're doing Metal Nectar and you on this show and you Babylon Don, it's definitely time to learn, family. You could go to another show and it could be time to teach. So he think a black person is a verb, y'all. You can't mess that up. Thank you. Thank you, Shimsu. He telling you right there, to become black, to blacken, that's a verb. Black ain't a verb? Golly, this is crazy. So you got to teach people what a verb is in order to do this? We really got to teach people what a verb is in order to do this. So what is the action in black? If it's a verb, you got to put it into an action state. That's why you gotta say blackening or blacken. You can't just say black and say that's a verb. Now he's saying being. Nah, come on. No one's entertaining what you're saying no more, but shout out to what you're saying. That's preposterous. But back to what we're doing here. His wife, that's her status. She doesn't have black on the end of her name. His eldest son, Henny the Black. Henny the Black. All right? Eldest son. Eldest son. His eldest son, his beloved soul companion, lector, superintendent of the prophets, Henny the Black. So can we still argue that this black means divine? That his son was divine, but his wife was not? And all these other members of his family are not? Let's go to number 3. Peppy Ankh with the good name Henny the Black. Now notice something. Peppy Ankh is a member of the family that has the same name as the eldest son. Right? Henny the Black. Henny the Black. So they could get those confused. But this is Peppy Ankh with the good name Henny the Black. Now that's all I had clipped out, and then I clipped out. So right here, we can see Happy the Black on the actual photograph. But let's go to the book. Right? Then hopefully we can see more. So again, it was what's the name who made me think about this when he sourced what I said. So now I just want to show people how we do. This is a list of all the names found in the tomb. So you could look at both sides of this argument. You could say, well, were the other people not black? Or you could say, were the other people not divine? But we got the Peppy Ankh. Now let me just read the glyphs, because it say Peppy Ankh Ni Kim, but that ain't how we really read it. Ni Ankh Peppy Kim. Because we're going to honor what's in the cartouche. And since we know Ni is a preposition, they read it Neon Peppy Kim. They're reading it Neon Peppy Kim. We can argue, can it be read other ways? But one thing we find about this Kim is every time they read it, it is in the true advertigial position. After the name, like a descriptor. Now, they don't use Kemet. They simply use Kim. But these are all others who are brothers who don't use Kim. Just 1 second, man. Let me see what this is.
Morodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. Hardcore. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Nether and Hooper. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wearer. And I turn your knee.
Oh, man. So we see this, right? That actually all of these members of the family were not called the Black. So I don't know about the argument that they were called the Black because they were divine. Because I'm asking, what about the other members of the family? Right? Come over here. Neon Peppy the Black, also named Happy the Black. So now he had two names and he kept the Black on both names. I don't know what's that all about. If it ain't about what I'm saying, then y'all need to tell me what it's all about. What's it all about? So this is a different person. Now look, this is what we need to see. And we're going to read this footnote so people could get their head wig wounded. This is why you really do the research before you bust out your argument. Now this is Neon Peppy. Notice he don't got the Black on here. This is a different person. What do he have on his name? Do we see that? This is the son, Neon Peppy Kim, with the additional name of Happy Jasher, or Happy the Red, or Happy with the flamingo behind it. Another brother not called the Black, but called the Red. So this further falsifies the argument that, oh, Black mean divinity. Then what do Red mean? Is he the evil brother? Is he the evil brother? See, they stuck on Sonoran. They ain't want nobody to address all this. This is all scholarship. I didn't write this book. Now, if they smart enough, they gonna read the footnotes and it's gonna beat the brakes off them. But people don't read footnotes. But I do. Let's read the footnote. This ain't the one. Let me go to the next page. But it just say, he stands beside Satelya along Ukhinin, who is definitely labeled his, i.e. Pepi Ankh, the middle son. The name has been destroyed, but Neferkai is the only relative of Pepi Ankh the middle with the title of Ani Esbeth and is seated beside Happy the Black. Let's find the footnote I want you to see. Here is the son of Happy the Black, and all of these people don't have the Black. So it ain't listed as a title. It's listed as a descriptive attribute. All right. I want to find where it says this at. It's probably at another part of the text. So let's just continue. Cats acting like I wrote these books. I'm going to get out of this section and get to where they start to scrutinize what's in some of the temples. And I want to find this one reading. All right. So I'm just skimming through these footnotes. And hopefully we can show you something. I think I can remember the page almost. But I ain't gonna skip through. Because they're saying in the footnote that they're using black and red to distinguish between two people with the same names, and the lighter would be called the red. Now, if they say that, what you gonna say? Why am I in the index already? Damn. Oh, I ain't gonna do it. It'll take me hell long to find it. Let me try to do this. Red. Trying to find it real quick. What he says is they do this now in Arabic cultures, but it's maybe in book number 3. So this is a 5 or 6 set. We was just in book 4. Maybe it's in book 5. Yeah, so say it in the book. Yeah, how I make the book do that? How I make it call them the black. Then we look at what they mean and they say physical appearance. No, they didn't say that. They say physical, they say attribute or physical quality. Huh? Let's see if I can find it. If I can't find it, then you can find it, but I know it's in there. Let's try book 3. I'm just going through all the books to see when he mentioned red. I know the footnotes will pop up in the search, right? And shout out to the new people who just copped that book. Copped that signed version. I see you. Dang, they made it open up like this. I hate when this happens. Can I search it? So y'all see it's in the work. I didn't make up them Peppy Youngs, right? So what is one to say? You just gonna believe somebody like, yo, it's in the book, yo. They're making me look a different way, but I'm still want to look. I wonder, can I search this book? Oh, yeah, I can search this book, so let's see. It ain't showing whole words, though. All in this book, you talking about how they look like Hamites and everything. I'm looking for a footnote. All right, is this it? No. No, that's definitely not it. I'm tripping. Anyway, I'm not going to do this all day because I get caught up doing this. But you can find the footnote in this book where he's telling you that in Arabic cultures, they still determine between siblings who have the same name by calling one the black and one the red. All right? I ain't even tripping though. I ain't got to be doing all that. But if I find it right here, I'm going to find it. Then I'm going to carry on. Hold on. All right, he just said something different. He said the foreigners are colored red like the Egyptians. But that ain't what we looking like. But I just looking for it. But I just noted that he said that there. But I'm off that though. Look, I told you they was talking about the Hamites. Man, come on, man. And this ain't even what I'm looking for. Let's make it bigger. What does it say? This Hamite seems to be one of the thin, deformed species. So they're telling you they found all kind of Hamites in the rock tombs of Mier. What is a Hamite? Come on, man. But I'm still looking for the other thing. And I'm doing a short stream because I ain't tripping. But just know that Sarge Salaron, what he said is the icing on the cake. We found hundreds of people calling themselves Kemet. The name of the city was Kemet. You know, it became the name of the country. So saying they would have, I'm not about to sit around and argue that silly shit. That's dumb shit. They did. The argument was whether they did or not, and he said they would have. Let me see. I'm still going through all the reds on here, just to still find it, but I ain't tripping. I did it already. It ain't in here, not this book. And I don't know. Oh, some people in the house finally shout out to y'all. But we're going to keep getting the studies up. Let's go back to book 4, man. Because this is, so if you look through the rock tombs of Mier, book 4 is the one that's discussing Pepe the Black and all them. But you got to read, you should look through all the volumes, reading all of them, whatever. If you have the time, do that. But you can see what they're saying. Because they do be talking about, if I Google the word Hamite, watch it pop up. Or Hamitic. Maybe not then. Let's see, no. It was in the last book. So last thing I was thinking was something telling me page 56. But that might not be true. Yeah, because the page 56 ain't even there. So forget that. I ain't looking for that no more. But you can find it if you want when you do that research. But I don't even need the footnote of the scholar to tell me that they separating the way they look by saying black and red. I don't need that. I already know that. I'm going to stop looking though. So about that term Kemet,
I'm waiting to have this dialogue with somebody about that term to see what they do. But why I'm doing that, I don't know. So we already know what's going on with it. We want to get the work to those who are qualified to see if they could deal with the well-mounted argument, not with what they already say it means. Like, that ain't what we're trying to do. Let me see. So there go that book right there. And shout out to Camgy Verse for making me think about that. Yeah, we know about the Zana Stone. They talk about all kind of black and red people. I don't know what they doing, bro. You're what they doing, you're I'm getting tired of streaming though. They keep saying Egyptians did use color to describe themselves, but they used colors to describe everything else. I don't get it. Oh, didn't use colors to describe themselves. Well, if we find evidence that they did, that just means they haven't found the evidence that they did. So if we find evidence that they did, we need them to look at the evidence. And all they keep trying to say is that it means divine. But they can't substantiate that. Let me show you something. This presentation. So the question is, if blackness means divine, right? Check this out. Right here, Amos Nefertari and Amenhotep I. We hear a lot about the cult of Nefertari, but we don't hear so much about the cult of Amenhotep I, which was actually existed longer than the cult of Nefertari. It was bigger and more prevalent. So how can I argue to you, a Babylon Don, a logical person, how can I argue to you that her on the left is painted black because she's dead and deified, and him on the right, he's dead and deified too? Why would he not be painted black? As a matter of fact, just like I just reiterated, his coat was almost stronger than hers. It lasted for longer. We find his attestations going outside of her time period. I mean, they both go outside of their time periods, but his go longer. Why ain't he black? If blackness means dead or deified or divine. Anyone? Can anyone answer this? Why isn't he black? Yeah, you got the honey one on the right, Chef. But black is supposed to mean you. All right, let's look up Garfield Scholar. Black is supposed to mean you dead or deified, right? I'm going to pull this over here. Can someone answer the simple question? We got multiple attestations. Now look what the Oxford Handbook says. If y'all can read it, another example sometimes cited is the appearance of Amenhotep I's queen mother, Amos Nefertari, who is consistently shown with a black complexion, contrary to the norms of representing Egyptian women. While various explanations have been advanced for this, others, other than her actual appearance,
There is one case where she is shown directly opposite Amenhotep in a manner that leaves no doubt that this was her actual appearance. And he's talking about this. But I went further to show us more representations of them. So you telling me black mean dead and both of these people on the top is dead? And deified and being praised right here. Uh-oh. It don't add up when you start looking at the primaries. Let me see something. So this fool brought somebody on his show who lied about the color black. In order to be what? In order to front like he was a scholar and to act like this word isn't translated by every Egyptological source as black. But I ain't even about to, hold on. Because I don't want to do that. I'm hopping all around. Ancient Egyptians were scared of water, huh? What PhD? No, that wasn't no PhD on Garfield's show. I was a car salesman, dude. Hey, now look. Do y'all see what it says in the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Nubia? That there's a representation of Amos Nefertari, a side of Amenhotep I, that proves that this was her actual physical appearance. Nobody refuted that. As a matter of fact, Asar Imhotep had to come on Garfield's show live and apologize and say that he was incorrect and Smash was right. Because he showed the wrong Amenhotep, he showed the wrong Nefertari and said, look, here go an image of her where she just a normal brown skin. Y'all don't remember that? That shit was crazy. Imagine how, the shout out to Asar Imhotep, man. Imagine having to do that. And then you realize that you wrong, right? And you say, well, my only way out of this one is saying I'm wrong. And it'll be over. He did it. Shout out to Asar. Out of all you other dudes, hold on. Hello? Did anyone refute this? Yeah, I know. That's why Asar get props. Because he not just coming on show after show trying to act like he right when he was obviously wrong. And he said it didn't affect his overall point. Give him credit. Like, I don't know. Did anybody refute this? No. They sitting here acting like they got a case focusing on that Sonoran. Sonoran is the icing on the cake. He a scholar who said if they would have said that, they would have said Kemet. To distinguish black people, they would have said Kemet. Golly, I ain't got nothing to say about that. You don't understand that, you stupid. when we find all these Kemet's that we saying mean black people? We done found 1,000 Kemet's that we say mean black people. And a scholar who say, well, they would have said Kemet to say black people. And you acting like you can't understand that. Not only that, they took the work of that argument and they put Jope's stance in the general history of Africa. The volume your ass ain't even had. They got the wrong book. Holding it up like a gun. Looking hella stupid. Outdated and shit. Wrong book. Anybody refute this? Nope. They didn't. Everybody who in the previously tried to say that this ain't how Amos Nefertari looked has not made another video about it. Because they dead wrong. That's how Magi do. Shout out to my archers. That's how we do. They can't say nothing else. They just go do something else. They find a new social platform. Dummies putting wood in ChatGPT. And they doing a show on YouTube on wood in a ChatGPT. They doing a show on YouTube about putting wood, the word wood, in ChatGPT and acting like they doing anything associated with scholarship. My kids wouldn't put wood in a ChatGPT. And then they be trying to explain shit and just be proving how dumb they is. Like, I don't know what grade cats dropped out in. It sounds like the 8th or the 7th grade, if you ask me. Cats must have dropped out in the 7th, 8th grade. Ain't nobody did nothing that had nothing to do with no school. You could damn sure tell. That shit crazy. So why this slide on the screen? Because it disproved all that BS. When it comes to the image of Amos Nefertari, not only does it disprove it with a primary source to the left, to the right, we got a secondary, qualified secondary source that say what we saying. Another example sometimes cited is the appearance of Amenhotep, the first queen mother, Amos Nefertari, who is consistently shown with a black complexion, contrary to the norms of representing Egyptian women. While various explanations have been advanced for this other than her actual appearance, there is one case, and there's more than one, and that's what I'm showing you. There is one case, where's that at? Oh, there is one case where she is shown directly opposite Amenhotep in a manner that leaves no doubt that this was actually her appearance. They ain't had shit to say about that, did they? They just tucked their tail on that. Tell the truth. In your head. I'm not putting this thought in your head. I'm just making you think about it. Why ain't nobody say shit about this? They can't. This is what the Oxford Handbook was talking about. Do we all understand it? People are trying to tell you she was painted black because she was dead and deified. But on the same stele, we see to the right Amenhotep, the first, who is dead and deified, not painted black. Like, if I gotta keep talking about that, this ain't right. So the dummies just trying to hold us back. Everybody understand that. That clearly disproves anything you say about her being painted black because she was dead and deified. Now, I put a better answer in my book to where I do think it has to do with physical appearance, but it also goes beyond that too. Because we find her in over 50 tombs, and maybe it's even 150, but 150 is qualified by saying over 50. So I use the more humble number. We find her in over 50 tombs painted like this. And now they try to go find her with a normal light brown one, and guess what they ain't got? She don't got that. Dude, I done the research. Don't you know when people say I wrote the book, they really wrote the book? So it's all in my head. You ain't about to go do no research and find almost Nefertari in that normal brown effigy. She got one that's close to it, but they have to mess it up because it's golden yellow. Don't even try to do your little petty research right now. Quick microwave. I already done it. People try and then they pull up the golden. She's literally gold and the whole tomb is gold. And shout out to Jay Mill for providing a photo of that whole damn tomb that so we can make you look dumb. People got a YouTube photo of Nefertari when she's gold. Yo, and they saying that she light-skinned in that picture. But everybody's gold. Not even is everybody, the whole outline of the tomb is gold. I mean, you can't make some of this stuff up. Oh, shout out to Joe for taking linguistic anthropology and anything that this show did to help inspire you on that path. Yo, we proud of it. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I like to do real primary attestations to falsify shit, and that's why they can't get around me. Fumbling and bumbling, looking dumb. Can't get around, bruh. Ain't caught a win yet. Looking stupid, even when you bring Egyptologists on your show. But you're going to sit there with your coat putting a spin on shit. You learn from Dr. York. Be loud and proud and keep the little the betas around you. Get all the alphas out of here because they're a threat to your pseudoisms. Motherfuckers is reduced to name calling. You know how many names I could call these people? I be holding back. I got clips of cats saying they smoke more crack than everybody. So you know I'll be holding back. Out their own mouth. And then get mad at me. You said that shit out your own goddamn mouth. It's just some real motherfuckers out here. Golly. Then tried to change that shit up. That's why I lost all respect. Because a real nigga gonna stand on that crackhead. A sucker gonna change it up to, oh, I smoke coke out of keys. Nigga, you never seen a key. You been a bum. You smoke crack out of bass pipes. Bass head Bobby, nigga. You smoke crack out of bass pipes, nigga. Stop lying. I smoke coke out of keys. Nigga. And nigga, please, you know how knocked out a nigga get running up on you on some real shit that they really did, trying to hold you accountable for it? What part of the universe on your side? That's you confusing yourself like you ain't did that. That be them niggas running up, just fall on the ground. Forgot they got bad hips and bad back and shit, just hella mad. Niggas need to go get their senior discount and shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck. Fuck all everybody else who don't like it too, my dude. Like, I don't want no new motherfuckers, nothing, nigga. Talk to me about that shit. Man, I remember somebody came to me after knocking the nigga out on the tour bus, talking about why you do that. Y'all some why you do that ass niggas. I did it because that's what's supposed to happen. And a rapper ain't even in my motherfucking crew gonna ask me why I do that. Nigga, you a guest on this motherfucking bus, bro. You close to getting accosted. Niggas try to hide behind all that shit, but when you talk about something you ain't supposed to speak on, ain't nothing getting deaded till it's deaded, nigga. Niggas couldn't get past the scholarship, though. Let me get back on track. They both deified. One black. Bro, people can say any names. You notice these is the names they say to all their opponents. Jabari, Reggie was just that. Nah, I'm not. Those are just pejoratives. You know what's a scam? A scam is selling red, black, and green shoes that's made in China, nigga. That's a motherfucking scam in this community. Let's stop playing. Do you think your efforts is going back to helping somebody who even fuck with the RBG? Let's stop playing. Niggas be on some fake ass shit. How the fuck you buying red, black, and green shoes from a nigga that's made in China? Talking about scams. That be crazy. Now, what is that? Nigga? What is that? See, I hit niggas with facts. Niggas just make shit up. I always talk facts. Even in like a rap battle, nigga, you getting hit with facts. You ain't got no facts. You just gonna say stupid shit that you was saying about everybody else. Tell me what black person that's RBG that buys some RBG shoes made in China benefit anybody. Nigga, we talk about real economics. That's some fake ass shit. With an Egyptian name. Don't even think Egyptians was black. Nigga, I turn that table over. Street vendor ass niggas trying to get on the internet. Man, cut it out. Well, niggas done did enough name calling. I said what I wanted to do. I ain't took shit back, and yay, it's just a matter of time, nigga. Why everybody on this picture ain't black? If she's black because she's dead, we see over 20 deified dead people here. Niggas might as well just end it and say, all right, I'll take you up on that fade. Let's meet at this gym at this place. It ain't got to be little kid shit. Or just shut the fuck up because you scared, nigga. Black ain't got shit to do with dead or being deified. It's deeper than that. Shout out to the niggas who get mad when I'm talking my shit. They're the niggas who catch one too. Now, to the left, we clearly can see that this appears to be a statue of a member of the royal family. But to the right, and some might try to argue that to the right as well, but it's harder to argue that at the image to the right. I can see all through the internet. I can see your history through the internet. All the shit you done said, I can see nigga ain't never even got him up like a man. Nigga ain't never even got him up like a man. Niggas go doing other scary nigga shit. So this is when we bring in the question, some concepts being merged here. Because we find these all black statues of Tutankhamun, Ramses, and others that we don't argue are their physical appearance. Huh? Some will argue, okay, well, that's a statue to the left, and they drew that statue that way. Nevertheless, these are black effigies of Ramses II and Tutmosis III that we find that have to be spoken to. There have not been, ain't nobody been able to say nothing about death or divinity. Now, when you look at the genealogy or the family of Ahmes Nefertari, I just was catching some, I don't know if y'all could catch all the stuff I be catching in the cosmos with my brain antennas, that you could just read somebody's mind from 1,000 miles away. Y'all can't do that? Man, I'll be doing it. Hey, but look at this family and start to investigate the family. What you gonna find? that the scholarships say these people was too Nubian. But this is the 18th dynasty, and this is what they don't tell us about it. We know they got marriages into this family from other places, the progenitor being Senkuenra Tao the first, but they starting with Senkuenra Tao the second. Now I just want us to read something they say about him. Where's that at? Did I put that in here? I could show y'all if I didn't put that in here. Like for real though, I mean, you know, the little kid shit is out of there. So when I come back to my humble, y'all know that just whatever. I ain't no little kid shit going on. But I try to say it in the most mature way that it could be said, yo. Like they do have the same way niggas hook up for debates. They got gyms. You can rent out a gym for an hour and get it in. You can rent out any dojo for an hour and get it in. Like, that ain't no little kid shit. That's the way you should settle a quarrel when a motherfucker come out they face thinking they could curse and swear at people that you love. Say, let's just go right in there and let's get them $100 for an hour. That ain't no little kid shit. Forget it. See, this is what they try to show shit like this. We can clearly see this is a golden representation of Princess Sitamen, excuse me. Right? Now, we would say in her name that she's a woman of Amen. Sit Amen. Sati Amen. Right? But when it comes to Kim Seat, the same S-I-T, we don't want to call her the black woman. Now, even in this golden representation, where they find golden representations of Nefertari like this, except it isn't a golden emblem, it's just painted all gold. Them fake ass RBG tables that go back to China, yeah, you could turn them motherfuckers over. Now, I'm saying, how you gonna get mad about crackhead when that was half your image back in the day? You think you just got past that and reinvented yourself? Like, that used to be one of the first things you said out your mouth. Now, nigga, please, I don't give a fuck. Cats just wasn't around in them days. All right, so what happened when we looked into the DNA of this? Well, Ramses the Third wouldn't be a member of that family. But along with that family, he actually processed the DNA of Ramses III, Shamaka Kieta, using Hawass's data. Hawass et al. Right? And look at the results. From 41% to 93.9% sub-Saharan African. Yep. Y'all see the results? So what did they do with this? Messed it all up. Had Brother Gozy talking about 8 to 13%. I had to teach him shit. I didn't even know what was going on. I'm like, I thought you was the genetics dude. You sitting here talking about they had 8 to 13% of the STRs? Nah, Gozy, they had 8 out of 13 STRs. You know what I mean? And then he spazzed on me. Oh, so that's a spazzing point? I know what you mean is a spazzing point. Y'all all out here ancient. Falling off. Getting y'all shit beat up by Black Egypt. Now, and I'm at the steering wheel. Well, this motherfucker. I'm the right person, too. So all y'all got bullshit-ass histories. Ain't did shit to contribute to shit on this earth. Now you trying to get a hustle up out of this conscious community. Nope. Smash here. Take that fake-ass quote you trying to build somewhere else. Refuting everything black. Get the fuck out of here. And then when it come down to you don't want to go to a gym and work it out, you just a punk. Straight up. Damn. Don't ever say nothing about something that you can't get a fade on. Eight to 13%. The hell was that? And you're going to get the most views you ever had with that footage. And you got no rights to the footage. Nigga ain't contributed to shit, nigga. I got honors from my city hanging on my living room wall. Stop it. We not the same. I got a commemoration from the former mayor of my fucking city. You got locked up for being drunk and pissy on a stoop in Baltimore. Nigga. I never even seen them walls. I'm not that type. And fuck everybody who mad at how I sound, nigga. I'm telling all y'all straightforward. Niggas get locked up, pissy drunk on a stump on your criminal record, looking stupid than the motherfucker. Like, this is really me. All this knowledge shit, I'm trying to be better. And I'm just being myself. But I'm never, ever going to be castigated or nothing by no dude. I'm too confrontational. I want to see you. Well, that's just how life been for me. Play this tune so we can hopefully get on some other shit, man.
Morodic script in my cartoon. Roll through with them arches. Hardcore, that's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherite, hoop her. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot. and I'm calling the shots. While your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kenneth like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, you're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every move fiend and phony. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debate to make a fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Nijar was a scary man. And he is though, I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig? Magi archers. Dead parent.
What's something else?
Nah. If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit.
Listen to this real quick. That ain't there? Damn, what they hating?
On the last episode of Tally Ho the Sheriff. This is a story of a black cowboy in 1844. Tally ho, tally ho. Some things were done for talent, some things you'll never know. Tally ho, tally ho. He fights for justice and freedom everywhere he goes. Tally ho, sure tally ho. Your kind round. Hey there, white boy, you don't want this smoke. Tally ho, tally ho. Whoa there, Tally. There's some crackers in the background track.
Well, not too far now, Tally. I'm down, girl. Yeah, well, I hear some Mormons paying in gold up in the Negro bar. We're gonna see if we can't tend to that. Well, come on, girl. Oh, what's this we got here? Seems we caught ourselves one of them whipper crackers.
Mr. Marshall.
It kind of looked like you didn't took a liking to beating on indigenous men.
Okay, Mr. Marshall.
Say there, cracker.
Mr. Marshall, look out.
Well, it looks like we got ourselves a horse-riding nigger, boy.
Is that right?
What you doing around
Get
these
him,
parts?
Marshall.
That was one fast draw.
Like that.
You killed my master. What's the matter with you?
No, shut your
You
slave
don't let
ass
me
up.
kill.
Come on, hop in the coach.
Let me try to stop this.
Wow.
No matter what we believe, this DNA on the screen, it say what it say. Right? No matter what we believe, the DNA on the screen say what it say. It's a 93% sub-Saharan African population affinities. I didn't do none of this DNA. I ain't tripping. Everybody else who did it, they did it wrong, though. Meaning, they'll come to this and won't tell y'all what it really say here. So we went to Shamaka Kieta data and we show them what it say. I tried to calm down while listening to that song. I don't like too much nonsense in my life. That's what I'm trying to get out of my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't be wanting to be like that and shit. Then motherfuckers pop that shit and you just be like, what? Oh, you can't even take it. I know y'all know that's the struggle of trying to be better, right? But everything you don't need to be better for. Some shit you need to go back to your worst and address that shit. That's a quality of yours. Even your worst is a quality. Well, I know it don't sound right, but just rationalizing some bullshit. So, there we have it. They don't do nothing with that DNA. Man, come on, bro. Every day I come on, there's somebody slandering me and calling me another name because of they error, immortal truth. Like, why don't you go on somebody else's show and say the same shit? You gonna wake up every day and a motherfucker gonna be on their page just talking about you. Huh? Man, niggas, cut it out. Like, cut it out. Don't ever get at the motherfucker who responding to the person who came at him. Then the person who came at him try to, ooh, look what you did to me. Man, you started all the shit. That's that bullshit. I don't even know what part about that people don't be understanding. Somebody get at you hella wrong, then you get back at them, and then somebody get at you and ain't getting at them. Like, what that be? Just in your social interactions, what does that be? When I hear Sarnetta say that, I guess I'll be where y'all is at right now. You feel me? What's up with DQ? I see you. When Sarnetta be saying that? Oh, above his head? Oh, good question, Babylon Don. But that's kind of cut off right there. Yeah. Y'all don't remember when it was just nothing but smash a coward? What? Who started all this shit? Like, y'all gotta be real sometimes. And go tell the motherfucker who did something to figure out a way to get it stopped. Shit. I ain't having no nigga putting the spin on some shit they did and think that something is in there. We'll see if that spin that you're trying to put on it works out. On Rap City? Oh, that's cool. Somebody just said something about punt. I think on this in the tomb of Rek Mira, the people of punt are represented in this top register here. Called me out my name, Black Lion. Family people then cursed my family and did all kind of shit. So, yeah, but that's how shit be starting. Motherfuckers that go on a nigga show and call you a coward. Right? And everybody try to fall back. Everybody try to say, oh. And then when you ask them about it, they double down. Then they try to play the victim, nigga, please. Oh yeah, niggas forgot that, huh? Punt row 3 now. 1 is creep. No, I'm sorry. I was starting from up top here. And that's just my memory of it. But you could be right. No, Nubia is number 3. Nubia is row number 3. Number 1 is punt, I remember from my research. So starting from the top, not the bottom. Number 1, this up here, these in the front are from punt. Let's see if I got that on here. So these are Nubians. And I use this to show the variation in skin color of the Nubians to the ancient Egyptian, or from the ancient Egyptian perspective. That's the only way you work it out. You act like if we did that, that wouldn't be views, and you don't got a chance. You got a chance, nigga. You might got an old school haymaker or something. Shit, nigga talking about a fair one. Golly, when a nigga talk about a fair one, nigga still acting funny. That's because cat's never been in a gym environment and work things out that way. Cats never work things out that way. As black men, I'm just saying, because you can't let shit spill over into environment where that is not nothing. I don't even want to carry on that. Right? Because again, like I'm not even on that. I just need to be my humble self. I'm not on that. That's just what they gotta do. You feel me? But I don't want you to think that that's what it just gotta do. Let me see. That's what it gotta do. But anyway. But I'm done with the nonsense. Even this attestation, which was, I know because I ain't opening up no chat because I ain't gonna try to support no bullshit. If I'm on some bullshit, then just I ain't trying to have no contributions to that. Right? Oh, you know what? Oh my God.
Sell with them XL portions, scorching your measly morsels, aim to make your offspring orphans. Rhyme spray like a porpoise or feet cut deep, hands, feet, toes, teeth, knees, even the words I speak cut deep.
It's so fun being the shogun, far out like the Dogon. You know John Blow when you fits to do some jujitsu.
Don't get no ideas, man, I'm out there lurking. Hands,
This is my vibe right now.
knees, even the words I speak cut deep. Hands, feet, toes, teeth, knees, even the words I speak cut deep. Hands, feet, toes, teeth, knees, even the words I speak cut deep.
Capcom gonna cut me off, huh? That's hella funny.
Hands.
That was my vibe. But that ain't really my vibe, though. Look, this stuff.
Being the shogun, far out like the Dogon. You know John Blow when you fits to do some jujitsu. Oh, you try get past the Muay Thai practitioner. Smooth guy, move by. With one punch, I'll blacken 2 eyes and flatten you guys. Then cross my arms. Y'all dudes chicken, Foster Farms. Drama with the katana, you lost your arms. Make 'em scream fire like false alarms. You don't wanna get in the pit. We can box in the octagon and we can grab the stick. I get rabid, savage, no wins for your friends. I go in a fuego, looking for Anaheim and a Winnebago, cause I'm a winner. Hands,
That's hella funny. I'm just having fun with it, y'all. I hope y'all having fun with it too. Shit, that should be hella funny. Oh, that had me. Oh, I'm only one rolling. When you the only one rolling, it ain't cool. Hands, feet popped up. That shit was hella funny. Anyway, again, I'm only just in jest right now. I hope nobody think I'm still all hot and mad and angry like I was earlier. Had to rechannel that dumb energy into some comical chill, man. So I'm telling y'all straightforward that I rechanneled that energy that was getting me earlier into a comical chill. So, all right. Now you can probably see that last joke. So we have to go find this for brothers who was in opposition of the term black man. And you give Netanyahu the credit for this finding, right? Because Netanyahu is a good researcher. He went and found this. He went and found this. I'm glad we enjoyed comedy, cool. But I ain't trying to be, overdoing it. It's just a better way to channel shit instead of talking. I don't want to talk. No talk. Forget the talk. But let's look. We're just going to keep repeating. Nope. I'm just going to try to tune out. You know what I'm saying? Let me tune out. What Netanyahu found here was documents where they actually used the term Remech Kim, which is another way one could say a black man, that some thought would be so hard to find that they said in the video, you would have to find a Remech Kim. And Cass found it. And what happened? Cats ignored it. So that's why I'm trying to make my presentation to some scholars. And again, I'm going to try to start a new page. Because this page is just like regular YouTube now. It ain't like I could have stayed where I wanted to stay of just teaching and doing the information. Because I'm too willing to engage a sucker who think they're going to try to knock me down. I'm over willing to engage that. That's my shit that's my flaw. We had nobody discredit this attestation to show that ancient Egyptians thought that people were of the same skin. We even used our own grammar, came up with different translations that still corroborate the translation from the TLA. See the source here. That was a checkmate a long time ago. No primary source to the black silk. This one, we whipped that out a long time ago. But forget the noses being broken off. I ain't rocking with that. Oh, man. No, it's trying to grow and develop as a man. You don't like certain stuff. I tried to walk a straight and narrow path. Ain't nobody in my town to tell you that I contributed to no gangsterism. They ain't gonna tell you I contributed to no degradation of the community in no form or fashion. Nobody gonna say that ever. And when it just turned to black man shit, they know I stand up and I'm right there on call. Like right on site. You want to see me any location, I'm there. It's not nothing going wrong with just being a man. You don't have to be like, I'm gangster. Oh, that never worked for me. I avoided that. My whole life I avoided that. Everybody know. Ask anybody. People would come to my house when they wanted to be like on base. Like on base, like ain't nobody gonna fuck with you here. So I don't want nobody to get people coming at me wrong, confused with that's what I do. But fuck that though. Even if you get it confused, then that's your fault. Shit, I'm tired of that shit. I ain't no disclaimer, nigga. Take it how it's gonna be. Over the past 5 years of research, we probably give Netaneb or Brother Reggie credit for this finding. See, none of these got refuted is what I'm showing y'all. And everything I showed you has the secondary source attestation so that you can understand it ain't just us saying it. You feel me? Well, everybody got parts they want to better about yourself. I really don't, you know. That's one of mine. I don't like being like that shit. That shit ain't productive. But then you just like got some Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde shit that'll make you say, what? How about Kimu? One of the statements by Sarge Sanaran that they ignore is he didn't only say Kemet, he said Kimu. Here we found Kimu was a common name in Kemet. So here's the thing. When you find, first of all, the literate was a small amount of the community. We was just looking at population numbers of different nomes in Kemet. And some of the population numbers down to Elephantine, 2500 BC, will go as far down low as 400 people there. 400 people. So if you find a stela, something lithographed in stone, and you got a small congregation of about 400 people, 2,000 people, whatever, who could have performed that act, you would have to appropriate the importance of that stela in its time period and how much of a feat it would have been actually to even get that achieved. You only got 400 people to choose from. There's 118 people in the chat. So out of the 118 people it was just like this in Kemet. Out of the 118 people in the chat, how many read Medu Neter? The amount that could read Medu Neter in the chat would be the amount that could possibly read it at 2500 BC in any given nome. Now the numbers could be off, but I know it's a high percentage of people who read Medu Neter that watch this show. So I'm saying out of the 120 people watching, I know it's at least 15 people who be consistently participating and helping me with the Medu Neter. You feel me? Yeah, somebody said 18. That's what I'm saying. So out of the 120 people, it would be like this in Kemet too. But now think, if we was not in the chat and we was yeah, definitely Joel. Shout out to Joel too. I'll be enjoying your critiques in the way that you do your thing. I mean, not like that. I'm talking about when you want to offer a critique, you don't never be like that. So shout out to you. Now, you feeling me though? I forgot. I'm trying to show the importance of these 14 attestations, right? Because none of them are left to us in any format that a common person had access to. They all important people. Even if you was not royal, if you reached the ranks of being able to leave a stela, get someone to carve the glyphs on the stela for you that represented you, you wasn't just a normal person. So now all these people went through, and I could go into the P&E and we could look exactly right here. I got it right here. We could go to the chems, look. Now, when we go to the chems, we're going to be able to see exactly how their names was left to us. I think we was on the dark one, see, Kim? All right, now let's go look. Physical quality, right? You see that, right? Like your skin color. That's a physical quality. But the term physical quality sounds more vague and abstract to where some other things could be thrown in there. But let's just note, they say it's a physical quality and a physical attribute. These are renditions of Kim when people called themselves black, and the scholars say that, okay, it just means the dark one, because that's not outside of the semantic range of Kim. Now, what we're trying to look at here is how important some of these people may have been. Now, the seal, this is a seal or a sealing, and it's in Berlin. By a seal, I wonder, do they mean a cylinder seal? So yeah, it's a scarab seal. Okay. Now let's look at this so we can be clear that these people is telling you right here. Don't let people tell you this was a title. The real scholarship says this. Look. Text. A royal name. Script hieroglyphs. The date, Sobek Hotep IV, right? And there's the bibliography where you can find the work on it. Now let's go down here. Type, seal, scarab. Let's keep going. Material, stillite. Now look at this. Mut Nisu Kimi. All right. So let's go up some. And let's let some of the scholars who be on YouTube and who do the metal netter magic, they'll try to tell you that this Kimi right here, this is not descriptive. It's possibly part of the title. As we see Mut Nisu, we know that's the mother of the king. But if you did this, it would have to be the black one, because Kimi is a nisba for black formed on black. Kimi. And it even means the black one in the remaining language Coptic. So they would argue to us all day that this is just a title. Luckily, we have the scholars who've done the work. And what do we see here? That they tell us Mut Nisut is the title, mother of the king, and her name is Kim. We came to find out how important this attestation was by seeing what it was left to us on, and was left to us on a scarab seal. We've all seen those beetles or whatever, the scarab beetle with writing on it. That's not an insignificant person or an insignificant item of ancient Egypt, but it is not as cumbersome or laborious as having a whole stela. So this is a seal, this is a different seal, this is a different seal. So now we see why some of these names aren't found in the TLA. As some of our friends who just visited scholars recently on their page, it was recommended that they get into the TLA. I don't know. Let me see. Moot knee suit Kimmy. They also got the same thing for this moot knee suit Kimmy on a different seal. Let's go down and see if they're all on seals. We got 1. We got 2. We got 3 that have Stella. All right. So if cats keep carrying on the way they're carrying on, some of us, and we'll all transition, some of us probably won't even get a tombstone. They give you some perishable shit because you did everybody wrong on earth. But these ancient people got what we could consider a bigger version of a tombstone. Well, let's be clear. All stelae are not done posthumously. Some of them are actually done while the people are living, but it tells of their feats of their life so that they will remain forever. And that's kind of like what tombstones are supposed to do. If you look at the shape of a traditional tombstone, you will see it's kind of like a stele. Stele, right? So this person was not a nobody. This person had the name Kim and left it to us on a stela. Oh, they definitely mean black different than we mean black. 100%, Joe. Oh, but you probably behind in the video. But they definitely meant black different than we mean it. Because we mean it under a social construct. Some modern stuff. Sometimes we mean it physical appearance, but normally we mean it under a social construct. I don't want nobody to get involved in none of the nonsense I said on the video, so I'm not even opening the chat. Because people going to try to support my nonsense. And I don't want to support it. I want to handle that. Stella Cairo CG 2164. This is another Stella with the name Kim on it that is not the same person above. And again, we already talked about the small population of Egyptians in these time periods. This is the Dynasty 13. Somebody running around calling themselves Kim and had it written on a Stella. Stella Cairo. Another one. These are all Kims. So we got seal impressions and stela. Now here's another one that's different. Tomb equipment coffin. So this person named Kim had a tomb, I'm presuming. His title was Hekret Nisut Wat. The name is Kim, and we find it in the tomb equipment in the coffin S75L in Asyut. This is a person named Kim. Again, don't be like, you only found one. Shut up. Actually, these people are royal people, and you would have to consider that if the royals called themselves something, not all of them are royal, but they're elevated status. You would have to consider if the elevated status took on a moniker, people of a relegated status would have adorned such moniker and probably would have took it on as their own appellation. I gotta talk like that? Man. My words be right. These dumbass big word pseudos trying to make you think they smart. That should be all out of place. You Google every motherfucking word I said, you're going to be like, that motherfucker really a wordsmith. Not like that, but I'm just saying.
I had to reteach myself how to sound out words the other day. I was like, you tripping. Sometimes you could go back and reteach yourself something, dog. Let's see. Stella Cairo, Stella Cairo, Stella Cairo. So let's say it was hella people in Cairo calling themselves black. Got them. Damn, I got them. How could you get around that? I say one Stella. How many people you think one Stella represent? Tell the truth. Like, because you're not going to find everybody. Shout out to you, Camji. And shout out to you for putting up that question last night. You know what happened? I was up doing something, and when you put that up, you made me fact check my own self. You made me fact check my own self. Because I'll be like, Neon Kim? Let me look that up. Because there's information all over the place. But you know, I did it in this show live for people to see. Matter of fact, I got it right here. That Rock Tunes of Me Air is probably still open. Look. Bow. But this is book number, no, that's the right book. Book number 4 is the book we want. So if you need to show somebody and don't source me, go on and source. I appreciate the source, though, on YouTube. But I'm saying, if you really do some work on it, go right to this Our Black Man and beat the brakes off him. You could go look right in the first pages. Right? You know, I start getting confused because there's another Peppy the Black that I'm about to show y'all now, and he not related to this family. So when you put that up, it brought questions to my own work, but everything checks out because I triple check before I publish some shit. That's how I'm gonna look stupid. Right? So Pepionk, at least I tried to. Pepionk. But this ain't the black. So that's another reason. Let's keep looking. Here we go. This is what I had to see today. Bow. What that say? So everybody see the source. Everybody could get the page. Everybody could beat the brakes off them. I didn't write black in there. Oh, now this is the one red. So let's talk about it. So this is the brother that proves that they are talking about appearance. Because people try to act like the black is about divinity. Well, I said, well, no, because we find his brother, Neon Peppy Kim, the red. And then it's argued by the scholars. What if it's on this page? It's argued by the scholars in a footnote somewhere that they actually do this in Arabic cultures now. So they're going to Neon Peppy the red, but I can show you his brother the black, as we'll see. Right here on the other page, look. So now we see there was 2 people. One was called Neon Peppy the black, and we see the Kim here. So now you can't say, hold on, Smash Rockwell making that up. Because it's right here in the book. Yeah, they tried to say they didn't mean they were black, Son Lion, but apparently enough, it's in the book. So they're not discrediting me. They're discrediting the experts. Man, check this out, man. Some stuff you can't put a category on a slander, Joe. That's like saying when I call you something, I mean what I mean by it. Nah, bro, that don't work like that. And you're going to learn because somebody, when cats respond the way they respond off how they took it.
Ain't nobody responding about how you meant it. And this is how life works. This is why we develop tact with our words. Because we don't want people to think we saying something we ain't saying. So if you're using a slander and saying, I mean the slander a different way, that's some little kid shit. I mean the slander a different way. Cut it out. I'm going to have to go on and Joe Buttons up, man. This shit ain't little. I'm going to talk about hip-hop. Because this little community ain't even ready. They talk a lot of shit, and then you just say, let's do something. They ain't even on it like that. Motherfuckers just on some other shit. So, if we see this in the book, and not only this in the book, the whole family's in the book, and then now the good part about it is we read the glyphs. So this book is not valuable. I'm showing the English, right? But it's valuable to us because when we come to the back of the book, see? Then people start seeing it's real crazy. Let me give you an instance. See, this is what we be looking for, but they don't like the way we read. We can't read the glyphs. I ain't reading for no squares anyway. This shit ain't meant for nobody who think you ain't reading it, right? All right, go on about your business. Shit. Either teach me how to read it better or I ain't fucking with you. I ain't got no reason to. That's a waste of life. Right? A lot of text in here we could go through. I could flip that to the right, but I just want to show some stuff. Let me turn this over. Because I want to show y'all something. And this is why we'll bring some grammar people in. Maybe I will open up a chat, but I done went hella long already. I think I got some time today. Let's make some time. All right, I got some time. We just made some time, but you know what? Go on and support that Black Like Osiris. You can find it on what you can find it on. You can, matter of fact, let's see. If y'all been waiting to cop that signed edition of Black Like Osiris, cop it right now and help extend the show. Because you can't just spend all your time. You got to be working on getting the issue. But this can help me. So here you go. I'm sitting around talking about buy that book and help keep the show popping. Wow, it's just like that. Now, let me see. Save image. No, I want to just rotate the image. Yeah, save image as. I want to save a few of these images. So let me go into this folder. Save that. We're going to save a few of these images and take a look at them. I'm just looking for the name's sake. Here we go. Save. Save that. Right out of the book, right? And we could go in as far as we want, or we could just look at what we're trying to see. We can read it all, save this right here. Or you can just, let me show you just without saving it. Who is that big individual that was just representing himself like a boss? Got on the leopard skin, bro. Y'all got to start feeling this. He wasn't a priest. The book be saying how the images in the tombs look Hamitic. It was written in 1953. It says, it called them Hamitic. Do you see the leopard skin? If this dude is an Egyptian priest, that's cool. Or if he rocking something from the Southern tradition, that's cool. But I want to point y'all to this right here. So we be reading the glyphs on this show. Somebody write in the chat who he is. See that, brother? And I don't want to say that that's them because we can show you. I can show you on other pages. So this is all the stuff they didn't refute. Meet the blacks. This is the other brother, Pepi Neonk Hori Ib. So they say he's Pepi Neonk the middle. All right. That's what the one in the middle. So do black mean that you older? I'm willing to consider whatever should be considered, but don't say it don't mean black. Here we have it again. We just got to read the damn glyphs. Stop playing. What this say over here? Now y'all read this and tell me what's going on. Huh? Y'all see that? Anybody want to read that? Come on in the chat. Let's do it. Hopefully people ain't behind in the video. See, they keep going back to race contrary in order to have an argument. Race doesn't pop up in my diatribe. Please read that, somebody in the chat, so they can't say it wasn't me, because he wrote it twice. This is how we know that what his name is. The whole name, though. Shout out to Shimsu who see the Kims. But the whole, yeah, there you go. Pepi Neonk Kim. See that? I didn't read that, y'all. Shimsu just put that. Now he got another name at the bottom if you want to put another name. So we don't have, so this is why they say it's good to read the glyph. Shout out to Shimsu, arrows up. He say it's good. They say it's good. Dr. Rebecca Wang. Shout out to Ampu, who also put it up there. And he put the additional name, Happy Kim. Now, what do y'all notice about the two names? Those are two separate names. One of them is his good name, because in another inscription we can see that he writes, he calls it his good name. What does he retain in the two names? He retains the Kim. Does this have anything to do with race? You'd be silly if you argued that. Hey, Contrarian, join the back chat, bro, if you want to learn how to read the glyphs and stuff. Join the Magi back chat. Hit casual at hieroglyphics. Hit me with an email real quick and join the back chat. I mean, you know, we gonna step up and have it popping right. So y'all see this, right? So this is the linguistic assessment. No scholar. So I'm gonna show y'all something else. Yeah, I'm gonna put up a link. I might as well put up a link. I talked forever. But let me show some more stuff real quick. No scholar argues that this is about a title or a position. Most of them argue that this, well, two of them, the person who did this work and not Blackman, but the person who did this work and the other person, man. Blackman and Rank, Herman Rank and A.M. Blackman, right? So y'all see that, and y'all see I ain't making that up, and y'all see that never got refuted. Oh yeah, Camji, you gotta join the back chat too. Stop playing. Did we make that up? You can see we did. So they stuck over there talking about sign around this, sign around that. That's because the last shit we said in our last video. Cats can't think of no content. All right. And I'm just looking through these names and titles and stuff. We got that right there. Now, in order to get closer to this, to get to these primaries, this is a facsimile. We probably have to travel there. I didn't even put up the link yet. I'm about to open it up right now. But I had to get away from the part of the video where I was being childish. Let that energy go elsewhere.
Recording in progress.
All right, let me see.
Recording stopped.
Doop 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 doop. Hold up. Invite. Let me see. Oh, what am I doing? I can't find the chat. Oh, here go the chat. All right, I hit the link, but ain't no BS. I got all the BS out. We only on the scholarship. I don't like other people to contribute because I don't do hate trains. So let's not contribute to that. All right, so yeah, I just put up the link. Feel free to click it. Ugh. Contrarian thinker, peace to you. Yo.
You can hear me?
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I can hear you.
What's
up?
What's up?
I can't call it. I can't call it. I need to learn how to read those glyphs, man.
Yeah, we should start. We be building in the back chat, but we ain't all the way teaching it. But we can help support your study.
All right, that's what's up. I'm gonna order that book too.
That'll be tight. Yeah, there's good stuff in there. Let me see. So I'm just looking through this. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on, let me see. Y'all feel free to hit the link. All scholarship, no hollership. Let me see.
You can see the screen now?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
So this brother here, now y'all can look at him and how he had this dude doing. And then we can read the scholarship and how they be saying, yo, these people look like Hamites and stuff. At least he said that about certain instances. I guess he's Hati. So I forgot what this term, Hati Samirwa. So he's Hati Samirwa. He is the foremost, or he's the sole companion, and the foremost are the like treasurer.
Peace.
Yeah. Hati Samir. It says Hati Samirwa. Pepi Ankh Hori Ib. Now, Hori Ib is a phrase. You see this face giving us the Hori or the hurry, and then we got the Ib for the heart. Now, notice that these are two symbols that could be confused for each other, but when we see them together, we notice that they're like the invert of each other. And one got a face on it and one don't, but the face won't always be distinguishable when you read the glyphs. But if you notice, they look like they inverted, like this got two ears going down, this got like two ears and it's going up. Well, the one that's going up is the heart, which is Ib. And this is Hori, upon, or one rendition of it is upon. Ib is the heart. Upon the heart is a translation just to say the middle. Now, you might see it in some instances that literally mean what's upon one's heart, but it probably will be written different in the glyphs. So this is Ankh Hori Ib. He is Pepi Ankh, the middle. Now, if we take that, and we know he got brothers called Pepi Ankh, and one is Pepi Ankh the black, and then we got a Pepi Ankh the red, or what have we might want to argue that this is distinguishment between the brothers, but we have to note that it's based on color. And they just tried to get away from that. Hori Ib has nothing to do with color, but it also means the middle. So if we want to just take Kim to say that Kim is the eldest, then red would have to be the youngest, and Hori Ib would be the middle. Someone could try to develop that argument, but it'll be inconsistent. The flaws in that argument are going to come when we see there's other people called Kim that don't got no one in juxtaposition to them as Kim. Like this one got the red on opposite him, but there are others that don't got it. Peace to Kamji, Aaron Contrarian, Shimsu. Peace to y'all.
Yeah, I'm just like looking at all the data and like I don't even see what the other side has. Like it's pretty hilarious at this point.
They don't have much, but they got channels to run and beefs to maintain. And so there will be some streams.
There's been like 12 streams, but like at the end of the day, like it boils down to Kim doesn't mean black. Like that's pretty much all it is.
And it doesn't work, and it hasn't. That doesn't fly with any scholarship at all.
No,
like I mean, in every dictionary will tell you Kim mean black. Well, we have to all say we're not talking about social constructs. We got to say that for the people who want to hear that reiterated, and then we have to ask ourselves, just based on color categories, and not based on anything we're talking about. How the Egyptians said the darkest hue, because it's the color of the night sky. And we know in any language, they're going to name the elements of the earth almost first. Like, I mean, the night sky isn't an element of the earth, but is a part of their reality in their existence. So the question is, how did they name anything that was appropriated with the darkest hue?
and they would say this term we see here, right here, Kim. Now, what they would have to do is find instances where, hold on. I'll be right back.
Is James on? I think he was in the chat like a few minutes ago. But yeah, like I feel like this, like the Rock Tomes and Mirror is pretty. It's like probably one of the best sources because like it's just right there. You can't deny that they was calling themselves black, you know, and it's like even the whole like the social construct part of it, like to me, that never made sense because you could go across like all types of languages, like you got Brownsville, you got like names like Bronstein, like Yellowstone Park. You got people using color categories to describe themselves all across the planet. So like trying to reduce it to race is ridiculous. Like that's like a non sequitur to me. So like when you see Kim everywhere and you see like their version of Kim in terms of Kimi, like them calling themselves Ta Kim, or brothers and sisters in the 12th and the 13th dynasty calling themselves Kemu, and then you have these royals literally saying like Hepi Kim and Henny Kim, like it's undeniable that they call themselves black. Like nobody who's logical, who can see the glyphs, who can read it, read the transcriptions and translations, could ever deny that they call themselves black. So I don't even see the chat.
Keep going in.
So I'm just saying, like, I just want to vibe off of y'all because for me, I'm not as good of a reader of the Meduden Terror. Like, I'm not like I can't read it as well as Smash and Reggie. But like off of a material culture perspective, off of a genetic perspective, you have the BM60 haplogroup among Sudanese Copts. You have AM13 subclades, which basically designate that they came from the interior of the continent up into the northeast portion of Africa. And, obviously those people within the naming conventions, like you look at the scholar Obadale Cambone, also Neder Neb has done some pretty good work on this, showing that when it comes to the onomastics or the naming conventions, different people in Africa, different groups of people use the term black to describe themselves. So that's something that we see across the continent, right? And even when you talk about the fact that Kimi can be like a person, place, or thing, in terms of the land can be a person, place, or thing, that's also a commonality that you see across the continent in metric systems, from the Bamileke to the Wolof to the Fulani, in the sense that they use body parts of the human being in order to designate land, right? So like that, and also like blackness is complete, blackness is divine, blackness is pure. I know a lot of the Riparianites, they try to make black, oh, it means complete, or Kem means fertile. They try to make it be associated with something else. But all of those adjectives you see across like African languages, whether Akan and Obibini, right? Or Kikongo and Nsiyabandombe, or like Medumba in Western Cameroon, where they say Mbunisen, right? And all of these black terms are associated with power, divinity, completeness, fertility, right? So regardless of where you slice it, when you look at these examples, it obviously shows that Metrem and Kimi, or the language of ancient Kemet, is African. And it follows many of the same protocols and examples that we could display in African languages. So it's pretty self-explanatory to me.
Yeah, over here you pretty much preaching to the choir, and we just, we all in agreement.
For sure. That's crazy because like I love how, honestly, like I love how Smash and Reggie, like, and Asar and Ka, just giving the literary examples, right? And then like, on my channel, I try to go into the genetics and the archaeology and even some of the literary origins. And I got a video that I'm going to do on the oral histories and like the way that scholars like scientifically analyze oral histories and oral narratives to, be able to parse out what's true and what's false, using a really deeply systematic approach. So like we all work in tandem, all of us here. Like I think we all can remember when, people thought that a lot of this comedic information was going to be flushed down to the wayside. You have people pushing like fake, West African identities, certain people trying to push the fact that, we should stay focused on America and not deal with ancient cultures in Africa, and the other people just trying to basically assimilate and get us to basically be a mirror of what we see within quote unquote white society. But like I feel that there's a resurgence now of like brothers and sisters really wanting to learn how to read the glyphs, really wanting to learn like the intracontinental connections. So like I mean to me, like the movement is alive and well.
For sure, for sure. I'm not sure, but I'm not familiar. Go ahead and drop your channel. Either speak it or put it in the chat.
Oh yeah, Conjuverse. Like definitely check out my videos. Like I've been going ham in like the community chat. So let me see if I could share the link of this. I'm gonna share it in the back chat. Or actually I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna share it in both the comment section of YouTube and then
Yeah.
hopefully that's a cool click through link. But yeah, subscribe to my channel, support the channel. I've been doing a lot of great work. Trying to make these material cultural connections be clear. And it's obviously like ongoing because there's research, that's ongoing on the continent, from Sheikh Anta Diop University, the University of Yaoundé, University of Khartoum, University of Benin at Abomi, University of Pretoria. There's all types of, Ethiopian scholars and African centered scholars in general who are really, doing the hard work and pushing the needle forward. I'm just trying to translate their works into English and post it on my YouTube channel, but I can't, go without giving them credit. So shout out to them.
That's solid. That's real. That's real.
For sure.
So you're in the States then?
Oh yeah. I actually live close to Smash, believe it or not.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in the States. I eventually want to repatriate. Like that's like my long-term goal. But like until then, I'm just gonna keep pushing this content and write information until I get to that point. And hopefully within the next 5 to 10 years, you have a lot of this content being taught at universities and secondary schools on the continent. That's preferable. But until then, we just got to do what we can do over here.
Have you done any studies scholastically?
Oh yeah. I have an engineering degree. I'm trying to go back. I'm in the process of going back actually right now. Trying to get into we're in a pre-doc program and trying to go through that for engineering. Okay. Also like on the side, I try to learn as many African languages as I can, especially dealing with Blackness, because a lot of people try to say that like no pre-colonial African language used Black before Europeans, which is crazy. Like,
right. Like they didn't know the colors back then.
Yeah, like if you were trying to say that Adulawo in Yoruba is from white people, you have to prove that. You can't just say that. You have to show me where the white person came to the Yoruba and taught them how to say that in their language.
Right.
Right. Yeah. So that's crazy. But yeah, for me, I've always been a STEM person or a STEAM person. So like I have content that I've been, waiting in the wings about like the different engineering practices from like building systems in Inner Africa to like the Great Pyramid and like how they're very similar and they show like a link between the populations. It's one of my jewels that, I'm refining in the background. But, overall, I think that's a major part too, if you understand like how these different cultures counted, how they did algebra and multiplication, you could see that they're very similar in the way that they thought.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Definitely got to have science, technology, engineering. I definitely won't throw out the arts and the mathematics.
Sure. What you got on the screen, Smash? This is still the Tomes of Mir.
Yeah, it is the Tombs of Me air still, but I'm just on a phone call. I'll be right back.
All good. Yeah.
I don't know how he.
You said what?
Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say I don't know how he think we can carry the show like he can.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the crazy thing about it was like 5 years ago, I started to learn how to read the glyphs, and I never got past the beginner stage. And Reggie keep telling me like, "Hey, you just hang with me for like 4 months, and you'll learn it advanced." And I haven't like took him up on this opera yet, but yeah, if I could, I
That's
would.
about the same place I'm at.
You said what?
That's about the same place I'm at. I took a couple of intermediates, didn't finish them, but I still got a lot of the information. And somebody was asking, I think the other person that was in that's on the panel, you should get Smash's first book. I believe it goes into some of the basics of the meta-nature. I can't remember.
Unilaterals and bilaterals. Like that's Rocketti. Like I have Rocketti's beginner course, and like I know a bit of Coptic. I know a little bit of Coptic, which helps, especially pronunciation. But like legitimately, like the same way that we got Greek and Roman in like high schools and colleges, we need to have Metrem and Kimi in like black schools. Like that's
absolutely. Yep. It should be. I mean, it should be an option for us to, for you to be able to take, whether it be meta-nature or Coptic, any Kiswahili. I mean, that should be, instead of just Chinese, Spanish, French, German, Latin, and English. It should be, we should have since we're an African population here in the United States, we should have that option to take an African language.
Oh yeah. That's why like Cam Bones' work is special because he's translating like the Metrem and Kimi into like African languages. Like before and even now, they try to use like French and German as a barrier. Like you have to learn those languages before you even step into Egyptology. But like changing the game and like reverting it back to African languages. So maybe one day it's like you want to learn Metrem and Kimi, you got to learn Yoruba, you got to learn Wolof, right? You got to learn Igbo. That would be taking us back to our center,
Right. Yeah. Reverse engineer it. Yeah.
Definitely. Contrarian posted the Nile has been carved past the Nile northward from Central Africa and Ethiopia. By the way, that brings me to this point, like when he posted, I was at the Rosicrucian Museum, which is like the second most, or I think the most Egyptian artifacts in North America in the museum. And they had a plaque there where they were talking about like ancient Kemet's trade interaction with other societies. And they acted as if they had more contact with Eurasia than Africa. And I remember Stuart Tyson Smith, where he said that they actually had more links to the southwest towards Chad than they even had to Eurasia. And that's something not that many people even talk about. Just the zoo types alone. Like if you just look at the zoo types and the fauna, Cajun is Cajun and Pigeon Pea, like it's obvious, but the perspective that people show, they act as if like it was just Kemet sitting there, the dirty Africans were on the interior, and then they were just trading with Asians.
Yeah. Because we always know that the reason why Egyptology came into being was because white people were trying to figure out where they came from. And then when Dr. Leakey and Mendel with the other German, I guess is a physicist, He's a scientist, but with study of the pea pods and dominant and recessive genes and stuff like that. They were just trying to figure out where they came from. Then when they got to Africa, and then when you see these great civilizations, then they wanted to see. They only want to study when the Ptolemies or when the Romans, want to study those periods. They want to pretty much kind of forget the older time periods. They just want to focus on when they were a part of it, and they want to make that the whole thing. It's just like, their beginning is Greek, is the Greek foundation, and we know that the Greek foundation is a new, not a new, but it's not the oldest foundation. So they always want to just link everything to them.
Yes, facts. Like, to me, I always find it hilarious how, especially in this space, you get called an Afrocentrist, but when you look at Egyptology, and you even not even just Egyptology, like archaeology, anthropology in general, right now, the main theme that I see among scholars is trying to expose the racism and apologize for the racism. And even to the extent of like trying to fix these fields and say, yeah, we were promoting white supremacy. Yeah, like a lot of this ethnography is based upon colonialism. And like you see professors like doing deeds and rituals to the indigenous inhabitants of the land. And it's like that's where the mainstream scholarship is going. Meanwhile, you got like flunkies on YouTube saying that, oh, you're Afrocentric if you say the obvious of Neon Pepe calling himself black. So it's like for those people who are actually in the fields, who's been to college, you already know what it is. And we just got to keep, moving the meter forward.
Exactly.
Yo, just my bad.
YouTube saying that,
I
oh,
was
you are
out for a
Afrocentric. You
minute
say the
handling some
obvious
business,
of
but this has
Neon
been
Pepe
3 hours
calling
too.
himself black.
And was y'all about to show something?
Yeah, I
Now
post
we just
something.
vibing.
Go ahead. I post something in the back chat. What I had in the Nubian Museum that Reggie was talking about, how the Nile flow into the silk flow from Ethiopia on down.
That's interesting. Yeah, but again, there was a floodplain in the area of Egypt that made it spread more, but nevertheless, it's still, as we do got attestations from it coming all the way from Ethiopia or whatever. Reggie said something about the Black Nile I had never heard of. And so, I don't know, I'm going to see what's up with all of that.
It's like the Tabarah out of Ethiopia.
That's what I was showing you, Smash, what they were saying, because that's in the Nubian Museum in the back chat.
I love how Reggie used their own like logic, faulty logic against them, in the sense of saying like, if you got all these countries with the black silk, how come you wouldn't call them Kemet?
Yeah, most primary attestations that as soon as you look at them, the Kemet, because of the silk thing, falls apart. I emailed an Egyptologist this morning hollering about that. I ain't trying to bring them on the show or nothing. I'm just trying to have a real discourse about it. Hopefully we can. And so I'm gonna get ready to close this down. Matter of fact, I got a response. I'm gonna go. I ain't gonna read the response all out loud, but I'm about to try to read it while we build it. Get ready to close down. Let me see.
Yo, Smash, I've always had a question. This is a question that I ask people like who do read it. How come like there's no Coptic word for the black silk? Like there's not I haven't found a single Coptic word that even remotely comes close to that.
Well, the closest people try to say is that
the word is Kemet. So some people try to say the word for the black silk is Kemet, right? And so what you do is you go into the text and see if that fits. If any of the text can be translated as black silk when they say Kemet. And none of it work. It don't work nowhere, bro. It looks stupid, actually.
And it's like, and like you see Kami in the Song of Solomon literally means black, and like that's the same word as the country.
Yeah, I know. But it's only the people who try to maintain skepticism that got us repeating ourselves. Everybody understand these easy things. Like, you know what I'm saying? Come on now.
Yeah, it's like the fact that we're even debating sometimes, I'm like, why are we debating this? Like, we have like 1 trillion points on our side. They have 0. What's the point of the debate?
It's just, I don't know. I guess if this argument isn't taken into a new arena, it's just remaining they so-called the best contention of this argument. Like, that's horrible.
And that Rebecca Wang was like, she was good when she was all like, she's like, oh, this is the people and this is black. And they were like, oh, but there's not the black people of Kemet.
Oh, she was like,
That was hilarious. It's like black people of Kemet doesn't even make sense because if you're saying it's land, it's like black people of black land. Like that's redundant.
Yeah, somebody else made that argument.
You know, so it's just
Go
ahead. Go ahead.
So let me ask you something. What do the glyphs say about the yellow people that she was saying that didn't come outside?
Nothing. For real, dude. They made all that up. All that's Egyptology, yo.
They can be yellow, but they can't be black.
No, Egyptology made up the claim that the women are drawn yellow because they stay inside. Now, here's credit to them. A lot of women are drawn yellow, and they trying to figure out why. But with the answer they came up with without no primary attestations is that they're drawn yellow because they stayed inside. There's not a text I can say, let's read this and say, it says, Hemet, Kinu, like women inside, or you know what I'm saying? And then we be like, oh, here go the text that say the women be inside. It don't work like that. Ain't making all that stuff up. But we require those type of texts in order for us to make our claims and attestations. We have to show you where it was at, and we do it every time. So I don't really get it. So it's really not a text that we could go to that tell us that why they break the nose off of all of the statues. There's close text for that one talking about wiping people out, but it ain't saying how. But we see the names scratched out of the cartouche, and they are students of the field, Egyptologists, so they have to come to well-formed conclusions. But some of these conclusions aren't based on primary material, and that's what we're trying to point out.
Yeah, it's crazy how the town determinative becomes soil. I don't know how they did that.
It actually don't do it in no other instance. They don't even say the land or the soil for no other, any other place that we see the 09, 049 determinative. They don't say it's the soil or the land. They say it's a city or a known, or a city within a known, a gathering within a known. So I don't know.
So what you're saying is that Kemet glyph and the people means it's saying black people according to what they set it up as. That's what you're saying.
Well, not necessarily what I'm saying, but there are arguments that I support that's becoming part of my argument that says that completely. Professor Diop's argument says that completely, and the new discourse about what Sir Sonoran said that people don't seem to understand when he said, well, they would have said Kemet if they wanted to say black people. So I don't get that. How you gonna act like that's the part you don't understand?
So Kemet mean black land and black people.
Well, see,
All black people.
that was the dispute. And Diop was saying, no, Kemet mean black people. And the other person was saying it don't even mean black, and if it do, it mean black land or something like that. Others was like it mean black land. Now, to entertain what Diop was saying about how they would say black people, Sonoran stepped in and said if they would have said Kemet. And I don't understand how people are hinging on that. You could hinge on that if we didn't have 1,000 attestations that say Kemet, right? If we didn't have 1,000 attestations that say Kemet, then you could hinge on the fact that he said they would have said it. But we're scrutinizing what Kemet means at the very time. So that's why I'm like, I don't get how they acting like that's type of a conundrum for any thinking man. Most thinking men can work that out. Like, well, if they were sitting there debating over what it means and somebody stepped in and said, hey, they would have said it.
So the glyph with the woman and the man on it, that means people, right?
It has to be.
In Egyptology, for only in regards to Kemet, they're saying it means inhabitants of. But yeah, it definitely is the category for that determinative in all instances is people.
And Rebecca Wang even said that that's black people. Like she even said that.
Nah, she didn't say black. She said people. She didn't say black people. She said people.
But she said the word in front of it is black, right?
Yeah. That's what I was asking. But she didn't put the black in front of, but she used the black for the land. That was my whole point.
Well, she tried to use it for the land, but what indication do you? I mean, I got scholars looking all over for that right now, and what they about to find out is I'm right. Ain't nobody with that, huh?
She used the black for the land. She called it black land, but when it showed the glyph with the people on it, she never said it meant black people. She just said it meant Egyptian.
Well, she said black,
because that's not.
And then she said, and then you see, right? She said black for Kem, the crocodile, and then she said, and you can see right here, the man and the woman, that's the people.
Yeah, but when she explained, when she said all this, she said no, that means Egyptian.
Yeah, I know.
But then she said, and those are the Egyptians,
which is a modern term.
But I didn't hear it the way y'all heard it though.
I heard people, and that's black right there. So
yeah. But she didn't want to put she didn't want to tie the black and the people together.
That's what I'm asking right there. That's what I'm asking.
She said that's people and that's black, but because of the fertile soil. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
But I ain't gonna even listen to it again. But yeah.
Right now, Smash, you probably didn't hear Kamji on the pseudo killers. But Kamji, I gotta give you props. You was beating them up on the Sonoran argument.
No, that was me. That was probably James.
Oh, when was this? When was this?
Oh my goodness, I'm not sure which episode it was, but James was hitting them hard.
But
yeah, James was
to you.
But y'all understand that no real scholar would take this argument because that was the symposium to compose a book, a series of works called The General History of Africa. And the verdict is in the General History of Africa. So if the verdict in that General History of Africa says KMT means black people, then a judge wouldn't even hear this argument. A judge would throw this out. It's a waste of their time.
Yep.
Yeah,
he wouldn't even talk about no wood.
No, I was on the part of Black Osiris where you used some of the references that Reggie brought forth in terms of the cattle, in terms of the people being called the cattle. And anybody who knows anything about pastoralism knows that the black cattle was called Kemet. So like right there, it's done. It's over.
People don't like to address what Reggie brought us about the cattle. That was a dagger.
They say my dog or my crew or the herd or the flock for the ravens, like all types of examples in modern times of people associating themselves with groups of animals, right? But you see it clearly in the text, and nobody wants to deal with that.
Well, let's go back to the TLA. Since I got a moment, I ain't tripping.
Entourage. Yep.
Facts.
Let me see. Hold on, let me see what I can find it. Now, I don't never ever be saying something that I can't show. People just be wanting you to feel their logic. So we're gonna come to this one term, right?
Is this the old school TLA?
Yeah, it's the old TLA. There's a few benefits to it, but one of the drawbacks is that they have more of the updated work in the new TLA. But I don't need that to prove this point. And so the reason why I'm using this one is because they haven't finished all of their back end work on the what is it, man? They haven't finished all their back end work on the new TLA, so it'll be messing up. But I got it saved right here too. I could go right to that. Now, I heard my man Chris point out. Let's first go to this term. When let's just say Winju, because the capital D represents the DJ, and it's normally like Winju, right? Now, this is a particular type of a cattle that we see in this instance. It is a short-horned cattle. We can go to 46 attestations in the text corpus where we can see this being used to talk about a particular type of cattle. Again, taxes of the Samir priest Ankh Nefer Eri, or Efri, one short-horned cattle. Now they got Windu 1. Now, we're going to analyze this word to see how Reggie was hella right. The following were brought to Neferi's estate, the mortuary temple farm, cattle as sacrifice animals, quantity stated. And we see the Windu over here in the Pejet. I don't know why they say Pejet is the sacrifice animals. This is just a bow or something. Oh, they're using it for a slaughter because they got a different Pejet. So I would take that, right? Synonymous with slaughter, getting slaughtered with the bow too, but that had nothing to do with that. Now, I have slaughtered the enemies as young bulls for you. This is a very good one because even in this one, they are equating humans to young bulls. But it literally has the enemy as in parentheses. So the scholars even know that people are equated to bulls. Y'all see this?
Yeah,
absolutely.
If they put the enemy as in parentheses, it means the enemy as isn't really over here when we click it, but it really says, I slaughtered young bulls for you. But they read in the context of the entire text, and they notice that these young bulls that he slaughtered was their enemies. Now, I'm pretty sure if we come down to Ma'i Hepri, y'all see Papyrus Ma'i Hepri, but we're going to go back to this one after Ma'i Hepri. But we can see here, he says, I didn't kill any cattle. Ma'i Hepri here is not talking about humans. He's talking about not even any cattle. They argue that this is one particular type of cattle, but let's just say he's saying he didn't kill cattle. If we come back to this, I have not slaughtered the enemies. Let's do a quick click through. Sama in, Sama, hold on. Well, I heard, never mind. Sama in, E, right? To smite is the root at Sama. I don't know how they come, this S isn't causative and the root isn't ma. Sama is the root and it is part of the root that means to smite something. Let's look and see. It says to slay. So Sama. But we got Sama in, which is like slaying. No, this is Sama E, so I slay. Now it's negated by this in front of it. Notice this. We're going to prove it. Look. He has done something in this line. I have slaughtered. Is it big enough for everybody to see? I'll make it big. Look. He has done something. I have slaughtered the enemies. Now let's look. Samani or Samani. I have slaughtered. This is not negated. I slaughtered. This is negated with an N. Y'all see this N in front of it?
Yep.
That means everything following. It's the same grammatical structure if we used to look at the glyphs as they're showing us. Samani, but this one just says Samani. Samai. Or this J is representative of an I or a Y.
Yes, that low key looks like I ain't kill any cattle.
Yeah, this is I ain't kill no cattle right here. That's exactly what it is. But notice, this is my Hepri's text. This is another person, something that's in the Vatican, where the same term, where it ain't even the same term as we investigated. Look, they switched the term to Saul, where Saul is now the young bulls, that he said he ain't slaughtered no young bulls. But in this text, they know those young bulls as enemies. My Hepri is particularly talking about cattle, and most of these attestations we're looking at should be talking about cattle. So let's look and see. So we got that window, and they say cattle and shorthorn cattle. That's right. So I don't have to keep continuing because we see it's cattle. But let's go back and look at these others, right? Because look, this, they're showing us the transliteration is the same term, but they're not showing us the glyphs, but it also could mean goats. Now let's see how are they arriving at this. I'm arguing that possibly it comes from this term, windu, which is just units of produce, of things, or of people.
Damn.
Now this is how they start to get boxed up. Of things and people is where they're going to extract herds of cattle and herds of people through their metaphorically or however it works in mental word development or something. But first it was just a unit or something, and it's not particularly one of the unit. Is, as we're going to see, it develops into like units, like a group. So let's look at this window offerings, and we can't discount that. But we'll assume that these offerings are obviously in some rations or units, or they are either offerings of goats or what have you. And so that's right along the category. That works perfectly. Like somebody giving somebody some window, we know it's either a unit, right? Or it's either shorthorn cattle, goats, what have you. Well, let's keep going. Now this one, I keep saying, now this will give us, when that, what do you want to call it? When that's duped or whatever, when that juked, and I'm not too good at the pronunciation or particular with it, cattle and herd. So again, the transliteration is being rendered the same, but we'll notice these glyphs are slightly a bit different, and you should ask why they actually transliterated it that way. When the glyphs actually say, when do eat, yet, when do yet, right? With a cow, bovine, and then 3 strokes, let us know plurality. So now it's not just one cattle, it is a herd they put in the TLA with their sources here. We go down to a same transliterated rendition, but we see a difference here. Instead of the double reed leaves, which will give us a Y, we see another rendition of this quail chick, which is giving us, trying to make it bigger, another rendition of this quail chick was just giving us a oo sound, and then a T. They both end with a T. They feminized or what have we. But we see that this is a people group. And so they just put people. Now we know this isn't a popular word ancient Egyptians used for people. And in my book, I brought forth what this means, and it's corroborated by Brother Reggie's work. Guess what this really means? Remech mean anybody. This word means my people. My people. Like, this word means my people. I'm trying to turn my mic down. It was a little too loud. Hold on. My bad. It's been 3-4 hours. I just found that out. But this word means my people. I'm not saying that because of I'm superimposing anything on the text. And so It is your people in juxtaposition to other people who are close to you. When we look at the text, we learn this. And so now we learn why people and herd and cattle would make more sense if we understand this. And we're not discounting these other terms, but what you clearly see is they are kind of formed. It's still Wineju, but we see a different determinative, and they're saying that this is a hold of a ship or captivity or cavity, right? Also a hollow depression, other terms. Now, I just had to mention those. So when analyzing this, you don't have to go far. This is only 26, if I'm right. Look, 25, and I just know that because we do this, attestations of this in this text corpus. So here, in the New Kingdom, we find this text, this word being used in the New Kingdom, right? Starting in the TLA in the New Kingdom, and we have to also take that into consideration. Why? Because the argument is sound that Windu is how you stated people was cattle in the New Kingdom, but how would you say that before that? I want anybody to say it. Y'all know how you said it.
Commit.
Yep, commit to you.
Commit to you.
Kiltum, because that is the term that is contemporaneous to the time period we're talking about, which represents both people and cattle. So we see it coming along. Now let's look at these attestations. Since they not gonna work it out this easy with Kemetu, so we can look at synonymous terms and see if what I'm saying. This is a term that now, let's see if they talking about all people or just they people. Well, here we can read the loyalist doctrine of Karisu and get more of the context, but right here in the excerpt, they're telling us, it says, gather yourselves, people. All right? So Remech means every person on the whole entire earth. There's also an argument that Remech means the ancient Egyptians, but we're going to scrutinize that on this show. Because we know the source of that. Go right ahead.
On that point, Ramses, I was reading the book, Ramses the Third Temple, where you have like Remech, but like they look like stereotypical Nubians. Like, what would you say about that?
Well, Nubians are people, and that will be a good attestation to show that Remech isn't just a category of thing. Now, here's an argument that's starting to form in my head. I probably shouldn't even whip it out, but if it don't manifest, I'm not even gonna pursue these lines. But something that told me to do this research. Now, when we look at the Book of the Gates and they got all of the people in the different directions, I can argue that the Nehesi on that is the Egyptians. And that the Remech are just generic people. Some could say, well, you shouldn't have formed that argument so clearly, so soon, but I've actually am basing this on different things that we learn when analyzing the text. They're not only Southerners, right? But in the sense that the term that they would use to qualify themselves is a generic term that can be used to say humanity. So how are we humanity? I mean, humans, like, it's starting to sound weird. Like the Egyptians was humans and everybody else was Nehesi, Aamu, and what have we. That's a bad interpretation of what's going on. But if you just said that you have a rendition of Nehesi as Remesh, that'd be very good to show. Continuing,
Well,
go ahead.
Well, like I said in the chat yesterday, remember I said the humans, and I was like, yeah, y'all humans, but we the humans. You know what I mean? As in the divine herd.
Now look,
y'all
keep going. Y'all humans.
And then also we was talking about the herd and the cattle. It also, in one of the attestations, it was talking about the princes as young bulls, not just talking about enemies as bulls or cattle, but it was talking about the princes as the young bulls.
So we got the princes as young bulls. We know the king is the bull. He is the bull of the bulls. Now look, how you say the bulls? This shit is easy. How you say the black bulls? Because the king ain't any type of bull. He's only a black bull. Everybody want to argue with that, they tripping. You want to know something? The first burial of a black bull, and shout out to Dr. Shayla Monroe, the first burial of a black bull with a full tomb lie, where we don't find any human burials. All we find is the burial of a black bull. How they know it was black? A burial of a bull. And where they find that at? Pre-dynastic times in Naphtha Playa. Is that what you was about to say?
Nubia, yeah.
Yep, Naphtha Playa. Right? No humans buried in that area, but a black bull buried in that area. Why is that significant? Because we need to know what the serapum is. The serapum. It's called the black. See, this shit be funny to me. Do you know that there was a building called the Black? Wait, so let me open up another TLA so we can stay on course with that. Now watch this.
I didn't know that.
Well, this building is where you buried the black bull, so they just start calling it Kim. But let me show you. It's going to say the Serapeum. Look, what is this? Serapeum, or the Serapeum, right, in Memphis. This is a building.
Oh, yeah.
With Serapis, yeah.
Yeah, well, a little bit different than that, though. But it might have became something about that later. But I know this to be the place of the worship of the Apis bull, where people would come from miles around to come here. So where was they coming? Am I making that up? What do they say? They got something in parentheses, and then they got two parentheticals, have we? One of them first, one of them second. The first one, they telling you the location or the building, the Serapeum in Memphis, but when they try to define it for you, what do they say?
They was going to go watch Ja Morant.
Kim.
They say black.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, so now this the black building? Well, when we investigated, we know this is the location where they would bury the black Apis bull. And this is Ptolemy Roman. I'm the big fish, it says, of Horus and the Thebes gaunt variant Serapeum, the Serapeum, or Kim as an abbreviation for Kim-er. That's what they arguing with they question marks here. And the previous is arguing it ain't an abbreviation for Kim-er. It's either the Serapeum or the abbreviation for Kim-er. Well, regardless if they called it Kim, this is the place where they buried the black bulls, just like we found in Naphtha Playa.
So that only goes back to the Roman. That doesn't go back to the Greek.
Well, it's the attestation. Yeah, I don't got it no earlier than that, and so you just got to deal with what you got with. We'll keep it in their time period. That they in their time period they call it the Serapeum Kim. As it
because I was going to try to link that to because the ancient Greek mythology, they have black bull, that he was in the labyrinth, that I can't think of the Hyperion bull, Hyperion, something like that. I was trying to link that to see if that mythology kind of went with that location, or maybe not. If it only goes back to Rome.
Man, I'll be thinking about shit I said. Oh, go ahead. I was like thinking about erasing the show.
That's straight.
Never mind. Go ahead.
Nah, you good. Go keep doing.
No. Here we go. Right here. Look, you're back on the teaching. You also group of people. They even admitting it, right? So I don't have to go too far. This ain't just people. This is a particular group of people. But when we look through the attestations, it's corroborated as well. Watch this. It says they got one from the Loyalist doctrine that they translated as gather yourselves in brackets because the sock knee was broken off, as you see over here. It says people when jute. But if we look over here, gather your human herd. So they literally, on this one, they saying, nah, this is a human herd. Let's see what they say in the footnote. They just giving us more of the mental nature and not giving you any explanation. showing where it's at. So this is a human herd, Winju. Now we got humans in herds. Now we see how cattle is significant for forming this thought. But look at this. Remember I said this how you say my people? This is the Papyrus New. This is in London, British Museum, blah, 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 EA 10477. Papyrus New is what I'm interested in, right? And so it says, I did not let any of my relatives, be miserable. Now, you don't have to know the meta nature over here. You can see that it says my relatives in the category we're looking at as group of people. Like, you don't got to be smart to do this. So you could probably figure out which one of these words is representative of they relatives in this text. Now let's click it through because there is a now remember this sama meant to smite. There was a root, as we seen earlier, SMA, and I talked about how the S wasn't causative and ma wasn't the root. The whole word is sama. Well, we see it again here. It's not saying anything about smiting. We see didn't, and we see in starting off the sentence. So we know this is another negated sentence. Now, you could do this all with the meta nature too, but some people can take it with the Latin characters because obviously it gets more complex that way. But so this in is negation. Let's see if sama is, now let me say another thing. They put an I and an R here, changing this sama to something like a friend, right? So now we got to consider this. The I suffix is on the sama'ir word. Now let me say something. There's an ancient Egyptian word called samir, S-M-R. It's not sama'ir, but it's samir, which means a friend. So that has to also be taken into consideration when we're trying to see what this means. If he says, I did not let any of my relatives be miserable, because what we have to find is relatives and something representative of misery, right? And so now we are falling short because we got, so what this going to be? To impoverish, okay? So this isn't submit. Now this is a causative S. So let me show you this. And this is a something about the grammar we learned just from time because they don't put it in the books. The root to this is mar. If I take mar and put it here, it's going to say a poor person. This is why we don't want to mess up the glyphs. Because if mar means a poor person, you put an S in front of it, it means to cause to become poor. Watch this. Look what it say. A wretched person. Misery, to depress, but one of them should say poor even still. But they appropriate wretched with poor. And so even though we're not seeing it directly, so this is, let's just say, let's stick with the dictionary. It's wretched, right? Or miserable. So this goes better with what we're looking at because this is misery. Remember I said the S is causative? I hope y'all following that. And so, so a prefixed S, it normally is going to look like a turned over I'll show it in a minute. It means, sometimes it could mean it's causing the root. So if you put an S on front of mar, if we go back here, we're going to see samar, where we came from. Now they're saying to impoverish, see? Because they put this S in front of mar. Samar. Causing you to be wretched. You see what I mean? Making you a wretched. So their words to say that is to impoverish. That is perfect for scholarship. You know what I'm saying? And so I see how they came to this conclusion. So if we go back to what we're analyzing, I did not let any of my be miserable. We seen the other rendition of samar that meant misery. So no is misery is negated right here. So we now we click through all of these, and anyone who don't know this J just means I can see it right there. So I misery not, basically, if you want to do a, but he misery not who? Windute. So he did not bring misery to, now we got it isolated. these cattle are actually his relatives, and they're not cattle.
Yeah.
They people.
Yeah.
You feel me? And so now we see why they put relatives here. And again, when we put here, it says people, and they translate Windu as relatives. You are not related to everyone, therefore it starts to form as a unit. Now watch it gets worse for them. And we're in the British Museum Papyrus New Stele. So this is the same author. We got to keep that in mind. His use of the word will be the same as he keep on using it. I am one of your who? Dang. They can't mess this up. Reggie was so right. Because this word that can transfer here as cattle or people, it works perfectly in this text. Osiris, I am one of your cattle, right? I'm in your herd. Black Osiris. And they didn't call him that here. They called him Wasir, as we see. And we see Niwi. Niwi being a conjunction that I don't want to try to mess it up. I knew it because it was just a ni. So let me show you what's happening here. The we, well, I don't want to say ni way, but it's really what we be saying when we say ni, but they put a W in it. So there must be a new bowl forming this or something. But
Is that I am?
Pardon me?
Is that I am?
No, that's Anuk. Anuk would be I am. Or nuke. I hear what you're saying. It would be a K after that, and not an I. And so, or the J. So, but we got the Windu word that we're scrutinizing. If we understand this says belonging to is another way to say the ni word, right? So it says belonging to your cattle. This is cattle, but it says people. As I'm trying to argue, people clearly see as people. Now look, K is your. The suffix K and the suffix J, this is a reed leaf and this is a K ball. If we was trying to learn the glyphs right now, I would be showing the glyphs. But we trying to get people to simply understand the English, and that's crazy. Like, we trying to get people to understand the English and some of the transliterations of it. But what we can see here is this J represents the I right here, and this is representing the your. So when they say I am, they're getting that from belonging to people, your Osiris. Belonging, or belonging to your people, Osiris, or belonging to your cattle. So a translation, I am one of your people, is founded even though there's literally no I am here. It is just saying belonging to
your people belonging to Osiris.
Yeah, and so, but we still see that the cattle and the people is the same word. I am one of your people, Horus. Same text, right? So this ain't everybody. Windu ain't everybody, and neither is Kemetu. So when they argue, well, why they didn't use Kemetu for the other blacks of the hinterland? Because this is tribal event going on. Even if the root of it is blackness, right? It's a tribal thing going on. And I'm talking about it's going beyond, it's extended beyond physical appearance. The people of my enemies are locked up for me. We can definitely scrutinize this. Now we got a TU here, right? This is Kafetiu. Kafetiu. If you just take an X, an F, and a T and put it in the TLA, it's going to say the standing opposition, right? That's what this word means, X, F, T. And again, you can read the Medu without knowing every word. So I hope nobody think that you got to know all these words I'm talking about. You just simply going to get that with time. It's like any language. You get more of the vocabulary with more of the language. So right here, this is really one in opposition. So let's look at how they form this word as an enemy, right? Let's go down. In front of someone. So this person that's in front of you is not turned with his back. You're not looking at the back of their head. They're in front of you in opposition to you, as we learn by it meaning an enemy.
So they're standing before you.
Yeah, and then look, let's keep going. What does this say right here?
To face.
They're questioning if kefet with no attestations would mean to face someone. Because we learn by going in on it, and there's other renditions that don't apply, in accordance with a command at the time of when an enemy. But if they take kefet and put a TU on it, you know it's not when a win because it turns the word into a people group. So TU, that's what TUs do. That's what this E is doing.
Right.
You see the T
That
and the
inhabitants,
I.
yeah.
So notice this.
Uh-huh.
This got the T and the I. All you got to do is put a U on here, and it will make your enemies plural. So then when we come back and it says, the people of my enemies, we got this kafetiyu E, my enemies. Kafetiyu E, the people who stand in opposition to me. So that would leave us to scrutinize this first term will have something to do with being locked up. Now the way I analyze it is again like this. I see an S on the beginning of a term that is duplicated. So I'm already seeing that
is that word close to isfet or no?
Oh, what kafet to you?
Yeah.
That's a good analysis that they got fet in there. And so you might want to analyze whether fet is the root and isfet, you feel me, is a derivative as well as kefet to you. You feel me? You might be able to show that as you do got that fet, which is meaning being not cool or whatever. You know,
Right.
isfet at least. But let's just put up fet real quick because that's something very good that you just brought out. So let's see what FT just means. And I'm just chilling. I got some time. I'm chilling. So I ain't really tripping off the stream lift or nothing. Just want my household to be chilling and everything good. Now let's look at some of these fets. I don't know. They don't know what this fet is. Right? And they don't have no attestations. Now look, relating to the working of weapons of metal, and they don't got no attestation for that too. Beverage to turn. Okay, look, see, there you go. Wait, to turn away from in disgust or to show dislike. Now let's pause on this one for a minute. I'm not saying this is the root, but it is definitely an option because one is directional, right? And I'm saying it's to turn away from, if you turn it away from something in disgust, you could be turning away from the appearance of the
or you don't
cosmos,
like it. You don't like it.
But you're showing your dislike to another. You're not just showing your dislike to yourself, I don't think. You possibly could be, but I'm just scrutinizing how this might eventually become related to somebody being standing in front of you. But let's look at other options first. They got one to leak, obliterate. See, this could be at the root of enemy. Fete, to obliterate. Feel what I'm saying? And so, again, we're not doing that complete analysis now, but we kind of showing what it would lead to. Going through all of the text or all of these words and seeing which one go in what category. And so we just was going to see if it started from fet. And even this might be at the root of isfet. Isfet. Because now we turn it away and discuss and showing dislike, but the root of that is fet. You see what I mean?
Fet, yeah.
Yeah, and then if we look at the meta-net, it seems to say fedjet, unless they're saying they got two determinatives. But anyway, we made the clear point, hopefully, that that the word for cattle and the word for period, in both time periods, we got two different terms. Now this person, this is hella funny right here for any of the opponents of the view, and then I'm going to turn this over. There's a stark contradiction in this text that lets you know that Julia or Juja wasn't no punk. But not only was Juja not no punk, Juja knew about the Medunetia. So look at this. Here's the attestation that Juja was not no punk. It says, my people. And now that we understand that these people is her people, chop up the enemies. Right? Now let's go back. We should see the same terms we were just scrutinizing. Windu and Kefetui. Kefetui. So it's consistent. So that means that this word gonna mean to chop up. Kebes. Do I know this to mean chop up? Let's talk about it. There is a sword called a kapresh, but that don't got nothing to do with this. Let's look and see. To hack up, right? See? So hack up, cattle are people, enemies, my. So this is my people hack up the enemies. But notice, this is Juja, right? And this is Juja. But we're going to keep on going. This is Juja. Now look at this. The stark contradiction. I did not kill people. Right? Juja just say she ain't killed nobody. And then Juja come in the next line and say, oh, but my people, we chop up the enemies. So what's being contradicted here? Well, it's showing a lot. First of all, it's showing that these people right here, it's her people. They're not cattle. And even this text seemed to be showing that killing, hold on, I'm just trying to figure, look. Not killing people ain't even the bad part. She's saying here, she didn't harm nobody that rode with them. But it says, my people chop up the enemies. So her people are killers. And they are Windute. But she didn't kill Windute. I don't know. But I just want people to see what I've over illustrated, that indeed cattle are people.
Right. It just seemed like she like, we ain't just kill, like we don't kill the innocent, we kill the enemies.
Well,
we don't just kill anybody. We kill, we only kill the enemies. We
so
don't
this
just
is
kill
line
anybody.
693, and this is line 148. So I don't want to confuse anyone to think that they are being followed in the text like that. This is just when the scribe used the term Windute, he used it once to say, I didn't kill people, you feel me? And he used it another time to say, my people chop up the enemies. So both of these are attestations to violence in the different texts, and they both are using a term that could be considered cattle as people. But I mean, I think it's overkill at this point, and I'm about to go have some entertainment time. You feel me?
Yeah, but it clearly shows that the cattle and people has been used interchangeably.
Yep. I mean, they definitely have. And so then when we go to commit to you, it's also corroborated by the scholastic sources. All you do is type it in, and it's going to show you that it means the divine herd. And we isolated more than one places where this means a divine herd. Shout out to all the good brothers doing the work. Even the brothers who be wrong. Not the skeptics, though. I'm just saying I can't do that. If you're trying to say you're going to be intent on being wrong forever, I ain't got no reason to fuck with that. That's just me, though. Let me see. So I'm not even, and it is underlying that I'm talking about the community of skeptics, but overall I'm just talking about people who are generally skeptical and just want to maintain that skeptical contention. Most of those people honorably bowed out and just stopped watching my channel or just stopped being in the chat. They finally realized it wasn't the place for them. But
they have a problem with African Americans talking about Kemet. That's really what it is.
So notice this. Just because, this is something else about the TLA people got to understand. Just because they got a red dot here, it don't mean it's not an attestation to it. It means they haven't digitized the attestation and put it in the TLA, else they wouldn't even have it here. So again, this isn't the attestation, right? This is the dictionary entry. So we got to be clear on that. It make it all easy. The attestation is when we click into it to see how they even formed the work, did the work to form the dictionary entries. So if I click into this Kemet, now notice here, y'all, not only do you have a bovine image, which we see the word black in front of it, and it simply says Kimu, and it says a black cow or something to that extent. Let's translate, right? So people can see I ain't making everything up. So what does that say? It's something like a black cow. Let me see German. Yeah, black.
Divine.
Well, the other one will pop up, but let me see German. Right here. Black cow, right? But we know something about this black cow because we read the Red Nature, and they leaving it out here. That they put a symbol for divinity at the end of this attestation. So that's why you read a divine black cow. But notice here, they're going to say divine herd and not have the symbol for the divinity. Now, here go the funny part about these attestations. This one is only to be read Kimu. It's not to be read Kimuka. That's why it says Kemet. But they messing this up because you can clearly see an ooh here, right? Which will give us more than just one, but they can do how they want. They probably gonna show, let me show you what I mean. When I click this, it's gonna say no attestations, but it should say something else, look. So
yeah, they funny with it.
No, they're gonna tell you, look, this is a cross-reference to Kimmy. And Kimmy is the black one. And so now it's telling us they formed this about the cattle. Dude, they can't get away from this. They formed this attestation about Kemet being the black cattle based on or saying that it's a cross-reference to Kimmy. If I click this, it's going to say the black god, the black one, Osiris Amen. Right. So if we don't do the work to see what they really telling us, they saying it right there in the sense that, yo, this came from that Osiris was the black god and not necessarily the other way around. Or cross-reference could just mean unilaterally. I ain't gonna say that it means one was before the other. But let's keep on going because when we come to this one, the button is green. And it says black cattle are a divine herd. The word is Kemet. So if you see, just like Windu, that Kemet can mean black cattle, but they black though. They not any old type of cattle.
They ain't no soil or no silk.
They black like Osiris.
Well, let's be fair. Because some neophyte might argue, well, there go black land right under it. And let's be fair to them. I'm showing us, this one says black. Now I got a Kim glyph and a T. And then for cattle, we're looking at the determinatives. So we're extracting, it's a male, because they put the phallus, and then they put a bull. So we know they're talking about a black bull, really. But we can let it rest how it won't, but you clearly see the phallus. So this is Kemet, and we got this ooh back here. You could say Kemet ooh, but this is just Kemet, a divine heart. But let's come down here. You clearly see the same two things, Kemet. The difference is you see 049. So then they're trying to tell us that this cattle means cattle, but this crossroads means land. So then you should be able to scrutinize that because we are thinking, people, it ain't no way out of proper deduction. Like, you can't say, no, I mean something else, because this is just obviously stated by everything we're looking at. So then we got the option to go look at 049, right? And see if it's even ever in one instance. Now, if y'all see one instance where it's translated that way, then that's good, one instance. But I'm trying to tell you, you're not about to see one instance in here, other than Egypt, where they say that means land. Now let's look and see and be consistent. Y'all see this is Abydos. Y'all see this don't mean Abju land, right? It just means Abydos. Let's be clear. Abyden Now they got the two people, somebody from Abydos. Let's see when they use 049 to actually translate it as land. What are they saying every time? They go city. Now this says similar district. So we're noting that it's not about the ground. It's about the people who encompass an area to make it a city. You build structures and things, and you have crossroads, intersections. Think about your city. Normally, in most cities, the biggest intersection in that city is one of the oldest. Sometimes that's true, sometimes that's not when cities see vast population growth. But so these intersections and crossroads could indeed be that, but we see them painted blue that they could often be canals of water. What we see synonymous with the 049 glyph over here is the word for city. Now, this one is going to contradict that in a good way. This is the burial place for parts of Osiris's body, the pure place. Now, so this is why I developed the concept that we can easily, readily understand the 049 determinative if we consider an idiom, American idiom, which is X marks the spot. Because that would take consideration of all things in time. But what it does is show us that this is a population center, but not always the such. Because now here, it is the pure place, the burial place for the body parts of Osiris, 049. We got a mound here, Ayat Wabat, the pure place, the pure mound, right? So anybody who's trying to take this X and say it's not indicating a particular indicative place that you can't say it's just the land, you tripping. Here we got a place in the underworld, indicated by X marking that spot. But again, there's no scholastic book that wrote X marks the spot into it, but it's giving our brains a better way to see this because people keep being confused about this. And the spot that is marking normally is a gathering place of ancient Egyptians. But in order to stay scholastic, I would omit X marks the spot and just say the 049 glyph. Now this is a personal name, So we're gonna skip every time and say PN. But if you want to translate their personal name, you know it's related to a place near Gebaline, right? Are any of these saying land yet?
Not a one.
That's crazy. So you're saying the only one that says land is when it says Kemet?
It's more anomalies with the term Kemet that only pertain to Kemet and they break all the grammar rules, bruh. It'd be hella crazy. And I'll be like, if we never learned the metal netter, they would have got away with that hella easy. But they did it kind of sloppily. And the reason why is because when you get to that complex high level, you either gonna have to forge something or just tell something that eventually
bow down.
Yeah, something that'll eventually be revealed as a blatant lie if people do enough homework.
Damn, that's crazy.
Show me one that's gonna say land as we keep going through this. So this is actually, it says the island of the furious, but let's go in on this. It says Ayu Nashin. What's up, James? I seen you popped in. But what I read over here, it looks like Shin. I mean, dang, it looked a little different. Shin written two different ways. Top Tenshin, but they say Nishin, so I'm with what they say. It might be Ta Nishin, maybe, but they say Ao Nishin. But we could clearly see this SH is the square with the not rounded corners. The rounded corners is giving us a different sound, and it's often Ta and something else that I'm forgetting. Maybe it's, yeah, I so forget it. But what we're looking for is whether this is say the land. None of them with 049 say the land. I'm going to go through faster. If y'all see one for me to stop at, then you caught land in this category. Pardon me?
It looks like it's always going to be a location.
Exactly. And then when we start to narrow down the category and ask ourselves what type of location, well, this one is a good one because this one actually probably said Samad. This says Upper Egypt, but I don't know my German that well, so I'm going to translate it, right, for everybody. I know
peace, everybody.
Peace.
Yeah, Cam, I was talking about the not the back chat off in the what you call it, if you could hear me. I know you won't hear. But I was talking about if I think you gotta go through Smash and get the link, I guess. Through the via email.
Yeah, no, just email me, please. We really want you in there, Camji. So email me at Casual Hieroglyphics. It's just a little, server that we be building in. So check, yeah. Check this one out, though. This one is cool because they got 3 Niyut signs, right? And it's translated, it says Emi so we know that's the overseer. But check this out. Where is we getting Emi from? We got an M and an R. So if you don't know how to read the glyphs, we might call this more or more. This ain't more. This is an abbreviation. And only thing that will teach us that is from learning it. Is not like it ain't nothing special about knowing that. But now that I told you, when you see an M and an R, you could consider whether they're talking about an overseer or a head of something. With the longer term, as you see translated right here, Emi in wat ma wet. So it says Emi being the head of the new is where we getting. Wat is new, but that ain't really new. Watt is probably they getting. I don't even see a watt over here. Notice that. See, it just says
that's a Niu. That's a Niu, right?
Oh, Niu. Thank you.
I
Thank you.
thought it would be
No, you did that right. You
Niu.
did that right. You did that right. Because I said I didn't see a watt over here. So let me show y'all what I'm talking about. I said Ni watt. No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying Niut. I just said Ni watt because I parsed these wrongs incorrectly. I ignored this dot right here, as all y'all can see, is a dot right here. So this is Emi Niu, the overseer of the cities, Mawut. So what is Mawut? Now, Ma'at, it says Ma'at over here. You see? But they put Mawut. That's cool. But they say the heads of the new settlements. So maybe the word Mawut is what they got. But still, settlements are not the land, bruh.
Hold up, Smash. This is breaking news. So this is the first time because I don't know much, but this is the first time I thought that when you see the feather that represented a ma'at. But why does this particular image before the T?
That's a murti.
No. So no, this right here.
That right there. That's what I'm talking
about. That is a ma. You see this MA over here?
Yeah, I see the T, but I was tripping on the ma. So I was
that's sickle.
So that sickle is just a way to pronounce the consonant or the sound ma. But if you put a T after it, it's gonna say ma'at.
Ma'at. Okay, right. I got the T part. I was just tripping on the M part. Like,
now you starting to
read another thing I want to know is why do they got so many land? I mean, not land. Excuse me. Why do they have so many city or town determinatives in one glyph? So is this like a
look what the scholars concluded in the translation? The scholars concluded they put multiple of them because it's settlements. You see what I mean? And so now we know that it can even get smaller than cities. I mean, unless you want to say a settlement is a city.
Or villages within us.
Yeah, this might be smaller than the city. This is just a settlement.
Mm-hmm.
But the word, again, in scholarship, it ain't going to say land until we come to Kemet.
Mm-hmm.
City, head of the hoot, Ahut. Now, we read this, right? We got Mer, that's the head, the Emi See? Hoot is a house or a building structure, but they're not breaking this down. And Ahut is letting us know they're talking about cattle. If I clicked into that, they have to, you see the cattle right there. So it don't say Kemet, they saying Ahut. So this is just the head of a cattle house. Right. And look, this is at a particular location. It ain't about the damn land. Like, golly.
And
hold up, this one right here is interesting because it got a land determinative over the town determinative. So what's up with that?
Well, let's read it. First, let's do this.
Yeah, foreigners.
Head of the priestess of Sayet, lady of Elephantini. Now let's go into the transliteration. Emi that's the overseer. You see Emi right here. Himu, that's
Yep.
something about a woman, but she's not just a regular woman, she's divine. Himu Neter, you see, so they said priestess, because we know that's a short
Okay.
for a priestess. Now we see Seti, and this is probably said to you, I'm gonna show us in the glyphs last, but you see this capital T, so that's really a TCH. So this really mean the bowman. So here's something funny. If y'all can see this S, this capital T, this I, and this T, this is Sech to you, I guess, or Sechti, right? Or Sech yet,
Yep.
however you want to give it. Now, it
Yep.
says Nebet Abu, but they're
Lord
going to say
or
Lady of
overseas.
Elephantine, which is Abu. So they saying Satet basically is right here. Now let's go on here and look. I wanted us to see something, but maybe it might not turn out that way. And in order to not over-explain everything, I'm not about to leave. I'm just going to answer the research question we're trying to answer. James asks, why does this have a foreign land here to where we could say land here, but also we see a city determinative? Now, to be consistent with what we read, we could read the whole thing as M-E-R. Then you see this netter. So notice this. The netter is actually before the him, but in transliteration, they put himu neter, right? Now, after that, I see a N on top of a whatchamacallit, but this is just a determinative, really. They using this right here to probably say the king or the priestess, because they don't even transliterate that over there. And so when we get this fox hide, this is the STI to like shoot, right? And then you see these two T's. So again, this T ain't even capital when we really look at the glyphs. Maybe the capital T is represented into the Seti word, which means like to shoot, but they say that as at the root of Satet. Here goes Satet here, right? And after the Satet, you see Nebet. You see this Nebo and this T?
Right.
So you see over here it says Sech Yet Nebet Abu. But here we're actually reading him Netcher, and then someone could say don't read that as the determinative, but this is just simply the one of the crowns of Egypt, and it's the crown of the area that they're talking about. So it's the crown of
the red crown, right?
Yeah, it's the red crown. Thank you. It's the one called Kim, and so
wait.
It's the red crown. So it's
so Elevantini might not have fallen under.
Hold on though, because that is the red crown there. So and they're not transliterating that word, so they're definitely just using it for a determinative in him the chair, right? But somebody can say no, that's different. But all you got to do is go look over here and see that ain't transliterated. So even the scholars, for some reason, left that, because I know this word is seti, and we see the two T's, and then they're going to bet, and they go Abu. Now, to get to James' question, Abu, that's not Abu symbol, that's Elephantini, right? And so the root of the word Abu got to do with elephants, Abu, and sometimes we even see it written that way. And this foreign land determinative, we could ask two questions about that. Are they trying to indicate hill country or the island or whatever is represented by Elephantine or Elephantine? Or are they, and then saying the city center or the gathering spot of this hill country that we call Abu or Elephantini. But if we look at Elephantini, this is always traditionally considered part of Egypt. And that's something else to note, that the foreign land determinatives ain't always talking about a foreign land, James. As you
that's what I'm checking out.
As you just pointed out right here. But to be clear, they never even said land in this translation. Let me try to get the full German, the full English.
Because we know that's an island.
Yeah, it don't.
They're saying that wherever this area is, it basically I guess it's a descriptive term to say that it's a hilly area here.
Yes, sir.
Here we see the head of the priest of Thoth, the lord of Hermopolis. We could probably read the glyphs, but no need to, because what we don't see, they didn't say nothing about a land. And so this is why I love, now we're still not doing the philology. What we're doing right now is looking through a list of different words that appear in the Wörterbuch, one of the best dictionaries on ancient Egyptian. And we're looking at all of the words in that dictionary that has the 049 glyph. So this is very exhaustive, but we just got to know how limited it is, because it's exhaustive, but it's not complete. You see what I mean? All we really doing is looking at all the words that got a 049 glyph to see if any of them has been translated as land. We're not clicking into the attestations that got these words to see if it could be a context that means land. I hope that's clear, though. You feel what I'm saying? And so it's a step-by-step process. But in this
so you're saying after this, then you could go off into.
Well, you would, but you only not to over data yourself. You're gonna look at the ones that could mean that. So like that one you pointed out, I'll go read that whole text because it do got a land determinative. But we're gonna read it and see. Like,
so you saying read the whole text to find out
context.
What context they could be? Why would they be putting that in there?
Exactly. And it's just going to give us more data to form our argument, whether it stands for or against what we're talking about. Just know how to categorize it. That's how I feel. But none of these are saying land. Real provider of Osiris, Lord of Busiris. That is a town, a city situation. Unknown. Now, this one got land in it. But look, it's like Ta Desher. This is actually, look over here, Ta Desher, right? Just share. Not Desher. Desher means holy. Desher means red and desertous. So
hold on. So you kind of threw us off with that Desher, and what is this word? Desher?
This has a capital D. That means holy. A capital S. Do you see what my mouse is?
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
If this DSR consonant combination had a capital S, the S would represent an SH sound, and the D would represent the regular D. It would be Desher. But with the capital D, the D represents a DJ sound. So this is Jasir, however you want to say it. It should be pronounced like a J in the front, with a small S, which represents a regular S. And we learned this from learning the different transliteration schemes. And you can just look at a page on Wiki that's called Ancient Egyptian Transliteration Schemes and dedicate that to your memory, and then that'll be hella easy. So like this
I'm trying to conceptualize what you just said, because I'm seeing a D over there before the W.
So that means this is a J sound. So that's
why you what about that capital A right there?
Huh?
That's not Dozier, is it?
No,
right above. So right above that other
share.
D.
Now that's very good that you pointed that out. Now just share, and if we look at the name of Josher, we at his time period they translated this DJ as a Z. But what we learned is that was false, and that it's probably this. But we should go look and see on his name if it has the Dorbo S, because that's something else they transliterated as a Z. And we would ask ourselves if he was calling himself holy. Jasher or Joser. But yeah, you got the DJ, and then
because a czar is holy, a king, because I think that's where they got, like the czars, Caesar, Belshazzar, Dojar.
Well,
I think that's where that king stuff comes from.
Now, to be fair to everybody who know the glyphs and read, I started at the end just because I identified the actual word for land, which says Ta Jasher. But even when we go to the translation in one that has the literal word Ta, and they're not even saying that the 049 got nothing to do with it, they translate necropolis over here. So they're not saying what it says. This says the Holy Land. See, that's why they put necropolis. Because it says Holy Land. And they don't want you to be like, oh, the Holy Land in Egypt. No, it was, because this is what it says. But now, again, those contentions that I maintain aren't always qualified because indeed you can find why they come to the conclusion that
Because that's
Tajashir
Greek.
is a
Yeah.
necropolis. What's Greek?
Yeah. Necropolis.
Yeah, but that just means a place where you bury dead people. But that ain't what Tajashir was.
Right.
That's just
Tajashir
what
is
they
the holy land.
translated it as.
Well, let's read the glyphs. This Amax. When they say provided by Anubis, if you read the glyphs, we see this Amax word, and this is the AX sound ending it, and now I got a Uchik. That's why they got a W right here. Then you see core. So now this Amax can mean many things, but right here is the word for providing something. Right there is this IMAX, provisions are provided by, since they see it in the verb tense first, provided are by Anubis. This core.
And we know what. Yeah.
Go ahead.
We know what Anubis, because Anubis, I think that comes from when the jackals used to, like, if you buried a body in a shallow grave, those jackals would go out there and they would dig them up and eat them. So you had to bury them deeper.
You gotta bury
so we know
deep.
that yeah.
A jackal also buries its food for the future. And so
True.
Burial and thinking about some other something, I probably came out of just watching jackals. But they some of the only animals that do that. They'll dig up a hole, put some food in it, and cover that mug up. But not to get off track, we was reading this Amax, and so we see how they came up with provided by Anubis, who is on his mountain. So where's the mountain? It's going to be the Mountain Dew right here. See that Dew? But look, it says core upon. Now who is this? This is where we get Anubis, Anpu. Now Tep, core is really where they getting under the reign of or provided by. Core means under the control of. Anpu, Tep upon, or not upon, but like Tep is the head. As you see, it's literally a head. But Tep is like first. But it could be used for on the top.
Right.
So he tep do. As you can look over here, tep, they say
like
tep
the top of the mountain.
They say Tepi do F, but it's his mountain because it got this F right here. So it say Tepi do F on top of his mountain. Now this Emmy is just another abbreviation for that M and that R that we've been seeing earlier. I'm gonna prove it. Watch this. You see this M and this R? You see when we come to the transliteration, it says IMIR. Now watch this. There's another way that you can find it. So it's plenty of ways to say an overseer. And that's what's being said here. You see this cross?
Yep.
Let's go look at the transliteration. What do we see? I am I. Remember, I don't have to go back up. I know we just seen, I just showed us a different I am
the
I.
emir.
Yeah, it was the emir. So this is the Emmy, but look, this ain't got an on it. You see that? This got Emmy woot. So now we know to take the Emmy, which only means who is in. Because if you put the it means that which is in the mouth. That which is in the mouth is eventually translated as a command. And since it's coming from somebody that is mostly prominent, it's been equated to mean an overseer. Or this is how, this is why they got a glyph for a tongue that also means Emmy, as in, but here they're only getting who is
the
in.
mouth glyph spoken.
It says who is in, so that is represented by this Emu. So do F his mountain, who is in Wat Neb Tajasher. Who is in his mountain? Well, y'all can clearly see this don't say who is in. So we at this Emu. Now look at this. This is Wat Niyut. Now they didn't put the Niyut over here. So it's Wat. Y'all see this W, this chick bird, and the T?
Yeah.
So Wat. Now we see a Niyut. So let's stop. We know that we scrutinizing this Niyut. So we could clearly see that Wat is a place because they telling us X marking the spot. Now let's look at the translation. His mountain, the Emmy Oot. Notice that. So they're saying the Emmy Oot, since it got this location, is the name of his mountain. Y'all see that? Emmy oops. They're not translating it. So
The
then they put this
location,
who
right.
is on. So they went back to put this who is on with the tap right here. Tap do.
Right.
Tap do F, Emmy oop. Even though this Emmy does mean who is in, which is in, and I can show us that, they got that from else. And they left this Emmy oops untranslated, which we could translate. Emmy is, again, to be like an overseer. And then the oop is making it plural, but it got a T, and then it got a X. So this is like his location, his mountain.
Right.
And then we got the K, which let us know that they're talking about his mountain. Now, this is not a K, so I apologize. Because you come over here, you see the Neb. Thank you. So he the Lord of that location. So how could you make that mistake? It's a simple mistake. If you don't see a handle on this bowl, it is not a K. But it will often be in the same position after a word. It would mean yours or something. But since it ain't a handle on it, it means the Lord. So they see over here in the
overseer,
translation, Lord of the. So now we came down to where they say necropolis. But he is really the Lord of the Holy Land. Ta Jasher, as it says here, Ta Jasher. But all we was trying to illustrate is that it don't say land. So let's keep going. This one don't say land. That one don't say land. Man, it ain't none of them that say land. And I carried this on for too long.
How many attestations do they have?
As land.
Oh, it's 268. So we got to go through like 268 of them.
Yeah, but we've been through a great majority of them. I think it'd be like 36 on the page or something. But look, we just skimming through them. This the white wall. It got a town determinative, no land. All we got to do is look in the lemma category and see if the translation got the word land in there. If we see any of them that we want to stop at, like this one, is T, the two places referring to Egypt. Even they saying that this is two different places, dog. I'm trying to get what people tripping on. The only place you're going to get two out of
it said the two palaces, right?
Oh, excuse me. I apologize. I must be streaming for too long. The only way that we
just trying to help, man. I be doing that too.
No, they will hinge on that for hella long.
Word, I'm just trying to make sure we on point.
Now look, the two palaces. The only we see they indicated as two different places, and what we also see is duality in the two slanted lines.
Yep.
They indicate
plurality.
Duality, not plurality. Yep. So let's be clear. If you see the two lines is indicative of duality, it'll be pronounced different with a Y. If you see the three strokes, it represents plurality, meaning three or more.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Still much.
Yo, man, I'm gonna mess around and be in the mood. I'm gonna mess around and be knowing something in a minute.
Well, one time, if you come to a text with this Y next to three strokes, then we have to see, okay, they're saying something in particular.
So how would you pronounce, Egyptology speak, how would you pronounce that?
Which one? Let's go back.
Yeah, I'm going to have to mess around.
Well, in this transliteration scheme, they got the the J representing a Y or an I. So if we look at the meta-netter, that one reed leaf will give us an I in some transliteration schemes. So look at this. We got an I and not even a Z. We got a papyrus roll and then a T and a Y. So this first word is simply just a papyrus roll. I don't know where they're getting the Z from, but they must know more than me. So it's probably itsy. And that look like it says itsy anyway. You're going to say the Z anyway. Like if you go
like ITTI? ITTI?
So look.
Where does Z come from?
See, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
but
the papyrus
honestly,
roll.
The papyrus roll isn't necessarily pronounced the Z. So it is. Right. This means that the word before it is a concept that is probably not tangible. And even though everything in this word seems tangible, but its is in a palace. So we could look up that one reed leaf with a Z and see what it's giving us. But to be clear, it don't even say land on this one. Right. Like the site of the realm of the dead. Now one will say, hold on, but it says a site. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. They're talking about something that as a site. A site is something that humans choose to erect upon the land. Like if you put your flag in the moon, that's the site that you chose. It ain't about the dirt that you put the flag in. It's saying we chose this site. And so if any of these could say, if any, we're gonna go through the majority
it's
of them.
It's a holy lake, especially at the temple of Karnak.
I hate how redundant this gets, and we don't see land nowhere. But at least we can say that it is thorough, because if we get to the end of this, now we got Ankh in our let's read it over here. Ankh Niyut. This is a life. Ankh, we know a life is an Ankh belonging to the city. Now that's funny. It literally say one who lives from the city. But we could try to take an idiom of this because they saying it's feminized. So now they saying a city woman. Now, I don't want to equate this with our modern idioms of being a city person, but this clearly says one who lives by the city. You know what I'm saying?
She a city girl.
Yeah, exactly.
She a city girl.
I didn't want to go all the way there. But here we got a different interpretation of a townsman in the masculine. Still ending with the T, because Niyu is the end, has a final T on it. But none of these.
Yeah, I was trying to say how do they go from feminine to masculine and they look almost the same.
Good question, because the word. But look, I'm gonna show you.
Oh yeah, they'll go to
T
in
the
the middle.
life?
See, I didn't see that, Smash. You went too fast.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
just
I
have
can
to
see
come
it
back
now.
and show you. And for people who ain't following, the word for life is feminized. So this
With the
life
T.
is feminine. Yeah, that's why they say feminine woman, city woman.
Yeah. Okay. Word.
Yeah. This life is masculine, but let me keep going. I mean, I know again, ain't none of these gonna say land, and we could try.
You already been through this, huh?
Yeah, I don't be hopping out and just gonna break my neck.
But you know, it's a good exercise. It's a good exercise to do publicly. At least you know you ain't gonna embarrass yourself. But at the same time, this is important because going over all of these what these town alternatives live shows that like anybody that really been paying attention for the last year or so, this is really good to show. So now we emphatically can go with what was being shown here, right?
Well,
so that's what I think the importance of it is.
But any detractor just gonna keep on saying what.
Yeah, well, see, at that point, that's when you gotta stop messing with them.
Oh, I'm not messing with them. I
know, me neither. But I'm just talking about in general, when you start to do stuff like this, and then even if they were to be watching, I'm talking about even by somebody like no names, but somebody that's in that particular think group, if they're watching this, at some point it would be really honorable for them to concede and just say, yeah, man, I think they right. And then we don't know how to read it because I don't know how to read it. But I know that this is pretty simple, that I'm watching what's going on, and I've been watching long enough to start to get what's being said. I mean, there's no way that somebody could be around in this community 5 years and not be able to at least follow this at this point.
I know anybody.
But like Smash said, earlier though, they just doing this for likes and streams. See, they don't have any original content. So then, because Smash is really doing his work, as we can see. I mean,
yeah, I don't want to make it about them, but I'm just talking about just integrity.
Well, we're just saying the detractors.
Right, yeah, the integrity of it at this point, like it would be really great for them to quit playing because we grown. So like I don't understand, like you doing stuff, we doing stuff like this. It's not for clicks and views and to be kikiing and playing. It's for us to try to get the next generation on the right information, because we ain't gonna be here forever. But to put them in a position where they know how to do what you're doing today, the future will be a lot better because they ain't gonna do nothing but get better. So that's just how I feel about it.
I'm going through fast while we watching, and if y'all following, none of these is saying nothing about the land. They all say a city. So then we do statistics, right? We sit down in the back chat and we write down how many of them is saying city. And then after that one day, we got the data. Like, look, man, in the text corpus, when this glyph pop up, 320 of them mean city,
and 0 mean land.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, hit them with the
Anybody
percentages.
after that type of data, it should be like for our people, we should all shift immediately to the consensus. Like you don't have to wait for somebody else when you got the access to do it yourself. They saying we gotta wait for experts when we got the tools and access via you, Netanel, Brother Reggie, Hassan Khan, and everybody else that can read and have access to this. We can go in and do the stuff that we're interested in finding out for ourselves because we're trying to find out what does this stuff mean. Like Kim, what does it, when they every time they throw something out, does this mean land? Now we're on this, but
because
it's being
this point
right now. So no, it doesn't mean land.
I had a bad experience with DoorDash. I don't want to mess it up, but this popped on my mind real quick. We're gonna go right back to it. So yesterday, I'm trying to order DoorDash, and me and my daughter wanted one thing, my wife wanted something else. So I'm like, all right, forget it. I'm gonna do 2 orders. So tell me how this happened. Now, I was just filling out the coolness of my heart. I already tipped the first dude $5. Then I just said, you know what, I'm gonna make dude have a good day. I went back in the app and I put $10 more on his tip because my order from the one restaurant was about $61. So I'm like, fuck it, he should get about $15, right? And then I don't even remember if I modified my tip on the second order. So this what happened. Now I'm turning like not the type of person I want to be. I want to be generous, but I started being frugal, like getting on my Negro frugal, because I didn't give him this extra tip for me to start scrutinizing his job any harder, right? But I start staring at my phone thinking, man, you seen you got an extra $10 tip, you should be speeding. Now, some crazy logic, you know what I'm saying? Some crazy Negro, this is because you don't have true chances to be in power. So you start making little shit that ain't powerful to you, the king of that little small little bullshit for that little moment in time. No, I can completely assess that. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not a victim of that. I could just assess when we accidentally do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm in control now. I gave you some more money. I deserve better service. No, that ain't what's going on. But let me finish this before we can get back to the end. So I think that me giving them the extra bread caused them to get too excited, bruh. And guess what he did? First of all, he took my order to the other people's house. Yes, and then he was hella scared. He didn't know what to do. And then when he got here, he was a black youngster in the car with his girl. I damn near greeted him on the front line because I'm already hot, starving with the family inside. And I'm damn near about to give anybody a bar who pull up. Knowing that it is my house, I'm not going to go too far to have them be like, I'll come back. I just was going to be professional and let them know they was out of pocket. A youngster brother pull up in the Benz, hop out, and he hella sorry. He like, man. So I'm in my head, my compassion is growing because I'm not even thinking about my food. Guess what I'm thinking about? Damn, he just lost his big ass tip. You know what I'm saying? Because they got to refund the shit. Me giving them the extra tip is probably the reason why he started fumbling and bumbling and gave my food to the wrong people. Now, I don't know. I guess I'm about to wind down to something, but I was thinking, now let me tell you the other part, dog. So now I'm getting hot. I'm texting DoorDash, and I'm like, man, and they like, so do you want me to cancel? Man, I'm getting dumb hot. I ain't even responding. I'm like, well, the food ain't here. And DoorDash like, okay, we'll cancel. Guess what they go do? Cancel my wife's food. No, they cancel my wife's food. The other order.
Oh, man.
So now we sitting down.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Now I'm sitting in the house like doofus. Because it's about an hour. I'm about there complaining and none of the vits now. So the other person got a free meal, but the youngster didn't get his tip. And I felt bad for him, so I didn't chastise him. I said, it's good, family. That shit happened. But they did get to go eat that good-ass food on the house. And I'm sorry I busted up the monotony with a silly story, but that's because when we was looking through these attestations, none of these things say the land. So, hey.
Oh, DoorDash got y'all for free?
So this
Gave
will wind
it
up
to y'all for
happening.
free?
I got a double refund. I spent the hully on that one DoorDash. Now I'm waiting for my double refund. I ain't waiting on it, but I want to look at it to see it remanifest. You know what I'm saying? Like you be looking like when that money about to come back, man. Y'all tripping. Yeah. But anyway, this has been a 5-hour show because I ain't been getting a lot of time to stream lately. And so when my time free up from, my duties or what have we, I try to get a stream in. And so I'm trying to be more exhaustive and hopefully we can get to the bottom of this. But none of these ha ni nuat, the belonging to the city. This is another person, somebody belonging to the city. That shit crazy because belonging to the city ain't a modern term. People be like, oh, here go one. Ha neb in Kemet. Now again, this Kemet all of a sudden mean the land. But this is a this is a personal name. And we would have to talk about. Here's another personal name.
Hold on. Where you say it mean the land?
That ain't Kemet, is it?
No, they didn't put the land over there. That is Kemet. Where?
Let's see. Oh, I see.
I know that. I'm talking about. I thought you said it said something about the land. You said, "Oh, here go one."
Well,
but that's a personal name.
I was joking, but because they put Kemet, they still didn't put land over here. So no,
you over playing.
I shouldn't have joked. But since it said Kemet, I know they say that mean the land, right?
Oh yeah,
but check this out. They got a Nuit symbol, but that's a personal name. Why would it have a Nuit symbol?
So that's something we analyze too, and we categorize how many of the personal names got Niut symbols, and when we translate it start to read like, notice this one says Jerti. It might be another way to say holy, Pani Jerti, but that's a location maybe. This is probably people from these places.
A personal name of the people?
Yeah, I mean, so that's like Rob from Oakland. You feel me? Because this ni means belonging to. So this will be Neb, belonging to the black city.
Okay.
I mean, we could.
So it's just one person from that city, not a group of people.
Oh yeah, this is just a personal name. So it would probably be not a group name. You feel me?
Okay.
Yeah, we got others. Look, Pa, Neku, and Waset. We see the Pa bird. They're using this for an N, and we see the X and the U, Neku.
Yeah.
We see the arm for strength.
Yeah.
So Neku is just a different version of strength. We got this M, so that's where he's at. So he is the strength of Waset. And we see that's a place. This is the strength of the city.
I don't even see that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I passed it.
Would you translating this yourself? They stopped translating this.
Well, they ain't translating the personal name, so I'm just reading it for us. Look, Pa.
Oh, okay. I'm like wondering why they not translating them.
Pa means the, because they're not.
So slow down, Smash. You going too fast. These are personal names.
So when we see PN in this category, that's
that's right. Okay.
Now this says it's a royal personal name. Okay.
Word.
So I know these abbreviations from doing the TLA, but we do the TLA every day. So if you remember these, then you're gonna know them. So these is.
But so hold up, they got. But see, this is another trip right here. They got people. So these, I mean, you done kind of went into this like they got personal names with Kemet, and we wasn't even looking for that.
Oh yeah, they definitely got.
I'm just talking about like right here. We wasn't even looking for the people with the personal names.
But I left these out.
We're looking for the land determinants. And what I want to know is why do these people have land determinants in their name?
Well, hold on. They don't have land determinants.
They don't.
I mean, excuse me. I mean town determinants.
Because their name means something about that town. Look at this N. So this N right here is linking us. It means belonging to.
Yeah, N.
So even if we translate this as the black city, their name means the. Now I don't want to say this is the Lord. Because the thing, but it has to be the Lord.
The Neb.
Yeah.
Let me show you why. No,
Ah,
Lord is
Lord
only
or
supposed to be,
overseer.
hold on, it's only supposed to be read as Lord when it's following the place. But this is before it, so it should be like the all, but it don't make no sense. The all belonging to Kemet. That don't make no
Or
sense.
is that all or of? The Lord of?
Well, here's the thing. Neb could mean all, every. It can mean entire.
I'm talking about that N. That N.
This N is a knee.
Right. The N after Lord.
The N after Lord is a knee, which means belonging to.
Oh, okay. Couldn't be of the Lord of Kemet.
So now it definitely could be of, but that's why we learn the grammar. It'll show us. Well, I'm not saying that way, but I'm saying it is this conjunction and the way that it is stated that leads us to believe that it is. Because normally, when we see
or
this,
from,
when we see the need that could mean of or from, it'll be stated a little different, right? So this clause is just basically saying that the top, what's following the need belongs to what is before it. And if stated in the opposite way, it might be stated as, I don't know.
the overseer of the Black City, or the Lord of the Black City, or Lord from the Black City?
I'm going with knee, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we could keep looking at other renditions, which would mean belonging to.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Of or belonging to would be the same, I guess.
Well, true. Yeah, of or belonging to. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That is almost the same thing. So, again, Pa Neb in Kemet Naked. All right, now this is different. Because we got a Naked after the Kemet. And Naked is power. And this Kemet Naked, that's kind of crazy. Because the Pa Neb, let's just say, first grammatically, Neb, they're going to want to, but Pa Neb is the, which is a definite article that they don't use in all ancient Egyptian grammatical structures. So this might qualify being able to use Neb after Pa, the Lord. See what I mean? Belonging to the strength of Egypt? Now that don't make no sense. The Lord belonging to the strength of Egypt. Now what you say, the Lord of the strength of Egypt, will go in there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I hope you following, and I mean y'all following, and I'm not.
Yeah, I'm over here. I'm almost getting ready to start learning, Smash.
I'm
over here thinking to myself. I'm like, so if I wanted to just do this by myself with you not around, how could I do that?
Easy.
Okay, now watch this. Okay, so I see it say Lemmer standard spelling. So how did you get to? Would you just type in town somewhere?
Pardon me?
No,
you typed in town somewhere.
I typed in 049. I could go back.
Oh, okay. So you typed in the glyph.
But I'll show you that on a different page. So look, if you come to the TLA, let me show you from the very beginning. It's hella easy. When you click home, you gotta click this and type guest. See, they're not showing you because I'm already logged in. You're gonna type guest as your username and guest as the password, then click the blue box to the side. Right. And you're gonna be in the TLA at this page. If you just want to look up glyphs, you got to get there by clicking List of Egyptian Words. Search the list of Lamata. Come to the bottom and go search for Lamata by hieroglyphic spellings. Here they take sign codes. So if you know them codes we be talking about of any glyphs, you can simply enter it here. Now, you can say search for graphemes or individual sign forms. Graphemes is going to include it in the word, or graph is to write something out. So this is going to show you it included in words. And so let's go with 049. And that's how we got to here. But we've been looking over so many of them. I want to hurry up and try to get to the end so everyone watching the show can see none of these said nothing about a land.
You know, these are personal names, so you can skip past them.
Yeah,
Huh?
but I don't know how far the skip is, so I'm gonna continue.
You now you got out of them right there.
Yeah, this is some Theban
So
era.
so what was the translation of that last one? Was it the Lord the naked was the power?
Yeah, that's a good
The
one to
Lord of
focus on.
power?
Because it say Kemet power, but you know how people gonna say, well, Kemet mean black. So what, he the Lord of black power?
Word.
or is he the Lord with the power over Kemet?
Well, let's say naked is most appropriately defined. This NXT. Let me be clear. I'm gonna go over here and put in NXT and watch. It's gonna say victory, power, might. NXT, but it's probably gonna have victory first. So it's the type of power that'll help you prevail over a conflict. Mostly, let's see.
I'm wondering if that is actually speaking of the Nisut.
Well, let's see.
That particular term.
To be strong, right? But Kemet ain't strong. I mean, Kemet could be strong. To be strong, to strengthen. Strong, victorious. That's what I was talking about. The type of strength that'll make you be victorious. Now, they also got able and very. Now they got naked for violence, but that's naked whore. So if you see naked with the man with the stick and the thing behind it. But look, strength, might, or victory. That's what I said. Naked with this arm behind it, and you can still see another attestation under it, strength and victory.
Right.
A strong one. So, but they talking about Egypt. So how you the Lord over the strength of Egypt, that's fine. Now look, they got captives or hostages. Are you the Lord over the Egyptian hostages? So then you got the black hostages. So then this is when people start fuddling, duddling it, and messing it all up.
So we'd have to go to the attestation.
Yeah, you get into the attestations, and what makes us get the most is the
to see what the context is.
The determinatives of all the sentences, and not just that one. You feel me?
Right.
But yeah, man, I need to eat, and I was thinking about that DoorDash situation because I'm about to get back on their head right now. But I'm going to the restaurant, or maybe I'll eat in the kitchen. That's what I'm doing. Eat in the kitchen.
Cool.
I'm about to cook. Anybody cook?
Well, y'all.
Yeah, I made chicken fried
y'all
steak.
Enjoy y'all enjoy y'all food.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna cook.
Yeah.
You say you made chicken fried steaks?
Yeah, the other day it was beautiful.
All
Now I'm telling you, this YouTube thing, like only thing you got to do is just go on there and find a good recipe you want to use, and they'll show you how to do it.
Doing that too.
Now, James, did you use real chickens or did you like processed steak?
Well, I don't know. What do you mean, real chicken?
I mean, did you cut the chicken up and then like bread it yourself and then fry it yourself?
No, I didn't cut it. It's not even chicken. It's really beef or something. But you
that sounded good though.
Yeah, but then you just bread it yourself and season it yourself and then put it in the skillet and cook it. You ain't never had chicken fried steak before?
No.
It's called chicken fried steak, but it's not really not chicken.
Oh.
What?
Man,
country fried steak.
Man, I'm about to get me a country fried steak right now.
Man, I'm telling you, it was bumping smash.
Hey, you didn't put the gravy, the white gravy on it?
Yeah. I'm telling you, I ought to send you the recipe.
Man,
I'm telling you, I did my thing on it. With the gravy, I made the gravy. That shit was just like a real restaurant. It was crazy.
Yep, that'd be hella cool.
Dude, I think I'm getting hungry too.
I got some short ribs in the refrigerator. I ain't gonna even wait for my wife to do them things. I'm gonna do them for her. I'm about to go cook them things.
All right, well, peace, everybody.
Everybody get hungry.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
peace. Shout out to everybody, and I'm gonna close up.
All right, peace.
All right.
I stopped streaming? Oh, I stopped the wrong thing. Peace. All right, so in closing, y'all can ignore all the nonsense when I be getting all hyphy and stupid. That don't matter. That don't end at nothing. Talking don't end at nothing. So that just be nonsense. I even know I'll be guilty of nonsense. Now, the truth in the matter is we sat here for hours, right? And we went over terms that got the NEU sound in them. And the whole time we was talking, we didn't see one that mean land, right? We didn't see one. Now look, hold on. We're going to come to Canva. We didn't see one that meant land, right? But when we come here, y'all, and they translate this word right here, and you see the contradictions in this. They say that this one on the bottom means black land because they need to equate the black reality of the ancient Egyptians with the black silk in order to come up with an alibi for that black reality. Yo, feel free to support the channel. Feel free to join the channel. Feel free to put up a super chat. Feel free to do the Cash App. It's good. Feel free to buy that book, and you ain't got to buy the signed one. But I got a few books to go mail out today, so I'm going to go mail out them books right now. And if you want to get on that shipment, go on and hop on that thing right now. Can't cook, Peter Bag Juice. Don't have me do a cooking show going with a spoon like I'm 40. That's 40 show. Going with a spoon. I'll be more like, I don't know. I can think of one that's hip as going with a spoon. Oh yeah, these names that they come up with to insult you, corny than a motherfucker. That let me know y'all ain't even got no swag where y'all at right now. You can't call nobody smash scam. Well, I'm from East Oakland, nigga. Nobody will say that ever. You sound stupid. Say some shit that'll stick. Like Basshead Bobby. See, my shit stick. Blowpipe Bobby, that stick. Basshead Bobby. I'll holler at y'all later. Peace.